Hey there folks, welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the peaceful lands of the Shire, where the hills roll gently like waves upon a green sea, and the evening mists rise soft as whispered dreams from the Brandywine River, there exists a tradition as old as the hobbits themselves. It is the tradition of storytelling, of gathering by warm hearths when the day's labours are done and the stars begin their nightly procession across the velvet sky. For hobbits, you must understand, have always believed that a well-told tale is as nourishing to the spirit as a well-baked pie is to the belly, and perhaps even more so on those long winter nights when the wind howls outside the round green doors and the fire crackles with ancient wisdom. This collection of tales comes from the memory of Aldegrim Took, a most remarkable hobbit who lived to the venerable age of 137 years, and who spent the final decades of his life recording the stories he'd gathered from his own grandfather and from wandering folk who passed through the Shire in days when the roads were still well travelled by those of other kindreds. Aldegrim possessed that rare gift among hobbits, a curiosity that extended beyond the boundaries of the Four Farthings, and though he himself never ventured farther than Bree in all his long years, his imagination roamed freely through the wide world of Middle-earth, collecting treasures of lore and legend wherever they might be found. It was said that Aldegrim could speak for 7 nights running without repeating himself, and that his voice possessed a quality of such soothing warmth that even the most restless of hobbit children would fall into peaceful slumber before he had finished his first tale. His grandson, Tobold Took, who would later become famous for quite different reasons, often recalled how his grandfather's stories seemed to wrap around him like the softest of blankets, carrying him gently into dreams where he walked among the great and noble figures of elder days. Now let us begin with the first of these chronicles, a tale that Aldegrim claimed to have heard from a wandering dwarf who stopped us at his father's inn one autumn evening when the leaves were turning gold upon the party tree and the harvest moon hung low and orange over the fields of the South Farthing. The dwarf, whose name was Gloin, son of Groin, had come from the Iron Hills bearing news of distant lands, and though he spoke little and ate much, as was the way of his people, he was moved by the comfort of the hobbit's hospitality to share a story that his own father had told him many years before. In the days before the shadow had fully lifted from the world, when the kingdoms of men still remembered the glory of Numenor and the elves had not yet begun their great departure over the sea, there lived in the northern reaches of Middle-earth a people known as the Lossoth, the snow folk of Forochel. These were a hardy folk, accustomed to the bitter cold and the long darkness of the northern winters, and they had dwelt in those frozen lands since time beyond memory, fishing in the ice-covered bay and hunting the great white bears that roamed the endless snowfields. Among the Lossoth there was a tradition of the telling of ice dreams, for they believed that the ancient spirits of their ancestors spoke to them through visions that came in the deep cold of midwinter nights. These dreams, they said, could reveal truths hidden from waking eyes, could show glimpses of things yet to come, and could sometimes open doors between the world of the living and the realm of those who had passed beyond the circles of the world. It was a sacred practice, performed only by the eldest of their wise women, and guarded with great secrecy from all outsiders. But there came a time when a young man of the Lossoth, whose name in their tongue meant something like Star Watcher, grew curious about the wider world beyond his frozen homeland. He had heard tales from traders who occasionally came to the bay, stories of green lands far to the south where the sun shone warm upon the earth and water flowed freely without the need for melting ice. He had heard of great cities built of white stone, of forests that stretched for leagues and upon leagues, and of mountains so tall that their peaks touched the very stars. And though his elders warned him that such curiosity was dangerous, that the ice streams had shown that his fate lay bound to his homeland, he could not silence the longing in his heart. One spring, When the ice began to crack and groan with the first hints of the brief northern thaw, Starwatcher set out southward, carrying with him only a pack of dried fish, a knife of carved bone, and a small pouch containing a fragment of ice from the deepest part of the bay, which his grandmother had given him as a charm against forgetting his home. He walked for many weeks, through lands that grew gradually less hostile, where the snow gave way first to brown earth and then to grass, and where strange birds sang songs he'd never heard before. His journey led him through the Grey Mountains, where he encountered his first dwarves, stern folk who regarded him with suspicion, but allowed him to pass unmolested when they saw that he carried no weapons of war. He crossed the great forest of greenwood, which had not yet earned its darker name, and marvelled at the trees that rose so tall he could not see their crowns, and at the silver laughter of elves that sometimes drifted down from hidden platforms among the branches. He followed the course of rivers whose names he did not know, sleeping beneath stars that seemed somehow warmer than those of his homeland, and eating fruits and berries that burst with flavours his people had never tasted. At last, after many months of wandering, Starwatcher came to a land of rolling hills and gentle streams, where the folk who dwelt there were neither tall nor fair, but small and round and possessed of the merriest laughter he had ever heard. These were the hobbits of the Shire, though in those days they had not yet given their homeland that name, and they had only recently come to settle in this pleasant country after long years of wandering themselves. The hobbits, being folk of generous heart and natural curiosity, welcomed the strange traveller from the frozen north with open arms. They fed him until he thought he might burst, for their concept of a proper meal was quite different from the simple sustenance of his people, and they plied him with endless questions about his homeland, his customs, and the nature of ice and snow, which most of them had never seen except in the mildest of dustings upon their fields in winter. Starwatcher, for his part, was amazed by the abundance of their land, by the warmth of their homes, and by their utter contentment with the small and simple pleasures of life. He stayed among the hobbits for many months, learning their language and their ways, sharing with them the knowledge of his people and listening in wonder to their own tales and songs. He helped with the harvest, which seemed to him a miracle of plenty compared to the meagre gatherings of his homeland, and he sat by many a fireside as the autumn evenings grew long, trading stories with the elders who remembered the hobbit's own journey into the west. But as winter approached and the first cold winds began to blow down from the north, Starwatcher felt a stirring in his heart that he had not expected. The fragment of ice in his pouch, which he had kept safe through all his travels, began to glow faintly in the darkness, and his dreams were filled with visions of vast frozen plains beneath dancing curtains of green and purple light. He understood then what his grandmother's charm had been meant to do, not merely to help him remember his home, but to call him back when the time was right. He spoke of his departure with great sadness to the hobbit family who'd taken him in, a kindly old couple named Hornblower who had treated him as their own son. They wept to see him go, for they had grown fond of the quiet young man from the north, and they pressed upon him gifts of food and warm clothing for his journey. But the old hobbit wife, whose name was Primrose, gave him one gift more, a small wooden box carved with images of flowers and birds, containing seeds from her garden. "Take these with you," she said, her eyes bright with tears. "Plant them when you return to your frozen home, and perhaps one day they will bloom and remind you of the friends you leave behind in this green country." Starwatcher took the gift with gratitude, though he doubted that any seed could survive in the harsh soil of his homeland. He set out northward with the first snows of winter, retracing his steps through lands that now wore coats of white instead of green. The journey homeward was harder than the journey out had been, for winter in Middle-earth could be cruel to those who travelled alone, but the ice charm guided him true, glowing brighter with each passing day until at last he crested a final ridge and saw spread before him the frozen expanse of the Bay of Forochel, gleaming silver beneath the pale northern sun. His return was celebrated with great joy by his people, who had feared him lost to the southern lands forever. His grandmother, though ancient now and near the end of her days, wept to see him and blessed him for keeping safe the charm she had given him. And when he told his tales of the lands he'd seen, of the green hills and the merry hobbits and all the wonders of the south, his people listened in amazement, for none among them had ever journeyed so far or seen so much. But the most remarkable part of the story was yet to come, for Star Watcher did not forget the gift that Primrose Hornblower had given him. When spring came and the brief northern thaw softened the earth beside his family's shelter, he planted the seeds from the wooden box, watering them with melted ice and tending them with careful devotion. And to the astonishment of all who saw it, the seeds took root and grew, producing small, hardy plants that flowered with delicate blue blossoms unlike anything the Lossoth had ever seen. They called them memory flowers in the tongue of the snowfolk, and they spread slowly over the generations that followed, adapting to the harsh climate until they could be found blooming along the shores of the bay each brief summer, a living reminder of the friendship between a wandering son of the ice and the kindly hobbits of a green and distant land. This tale of Star Watcher and the memory flowers became a favourite among the hobbits who heard it, for it spoke to their deep belief in the power of friendship and the enduring nature of kindness shown to strangers. Aldegrim Took would often tell it on the first cold nights of autumn, when the memory of summer's warmth was still fresh, but the coming winter could be felt in the sharpening of the evening air. He said it reminded him that even in the harshest and most distant corners of the world, there were folk who valued the same simple things that hobbits held dear, warmth and food and the comfort of good company. But Aldegrim's collection contained many other tales as well, stories that came from sources both near and far, and which together painted a picture of Middle-earth in all its wonder and variety. The second tale in his chronicle was one he claimed to have heard from his own mother, who had learned it from a travelling tinker who passed through Hobbiton when she was but a young lass, selling pots and pans and mending kettles for those who had need of such services. The tinker, whose name was never recorded, was a man of Bree, descended from that ancient mingling of the big folk and the little folk that had occurred in those borderlands between the Shire and the wider world. He possessed, so the story went, a gift for storytelling that rivaled even that of the hobbits themselves, and he would often trade tales for his supper when coin was scarce and the road had been long. This particular story, he said, had come to him from his grandfather, who had heard it from an old ranger who had once served in the ruins of Fornost, guarding the ancient highways against the fell things that still haunted the empty places of Arnor. In the days when the kingdom of Arnor still stood, before the wars with Angmar had shattered it into 3 lesser realms, and eventually into nothing but memory and ruin, there was a custom among the Dunedain of keeping what they called the Watches of Remembrance. These were nights set aside throughout the year when the people would gather in their homes and great halls to remember those who'd gone before, to recite the names of their ancestors, and to tell the stories that kept alive the memory of Numenor and the glory that had been lost beneath the waves. The greatest of these watches fell on the night of the winter solstice, the longest night of the year, when darkness held its greatest power over the land and the promise of returning light seemed most distant and most precious. On this night the king himself would lead the remembrance in the great hall of Anuminas, surrounded by his lords and councillors, while in every home throughout the kingdom, from the grandest manor to the humblest cottage, families would gather around their hearths to do the same. There was in those days a young woman of the Dunedain named Miriel, which in the high tongue of the west meant Jewel of Light, and she dwelt with her father in a small stone house on the shores of Lake Avendim, not far from the capital city. Her father was a fisherman, one of many who made their living from the Great Lake, and though their means were modest, they were content, for the waters were generous and the seasons turned in their proper order, and the shadow had not yet fallen upon the land. Miriel's mother had died when she was very young, taken by a fever that swept through the region one harsh winter, and so it fell to her father to raise her alone. He was a quiet man, more comfortable with the silence of the lake and the company of fish than with the chatter of the marketplace, but he loved his daughter with a depth that needed no words to express. Each night before she slept, he would sit by her bed and tell her stories of her mother, of how they had met at a harvest festival when both were young, of how her mother had laughed at his shyness and coaxed him into dancing despite his protests, of how she had loved to sing as she worked, filling their small home with melodies that seemed to him more beautiful than any music the elves could make. As Miriel grew older, she came to treasure these nightly stories more than any other gift her father could give her. Through his words, she felt she knew her mother, could see her smile and hear her laughter, even though she had no memories of her own from those early years. And she began to understand that stories were not merely entertainment, not simply ways to pass the long winter evenings, but bridges between the past and the present, threads that connected the living to those who'd gone before. When Muriel reached her 16th year, her father fell ill with the same fever that had taken her mother. The healers did what they could, but the sickness was stubborn and would not be driven out, and as the autumn leaves fell from the trees and the nights grew long and cold, it became clear that he would not live to see another spring. Muriel sat by his bedside through those final weeks, holding his hand and listening as he spoke in fits and starts, his voice growing weaker with each passing day. On the night before the winter solstice, he called her close and spoke to her one last time with something approaching his old strength. "Daughter," he said, his eyes bright with fever but also with love, "tonight begins the watch of remembrance. I will not live to see its end, but I ask you to keep it for me, for us, for all those who came before. Tell the stories I have told you. Speak the names of our ancestors, and when you speak of me, remember not my death, but my life. Remember the lake and the fish and the quiet mornings when the mist rose from the water, like dreams taking flight. Remember your mother's songs, which I tried so poorly to recall for you. Remember that love does not end with death, but echoes on through all the years to come, in every story told, in every name remembered," Muriel promised, her heart breaking even as she spoke the words. And that night, as darkness fell over the land and the winter solstice began, she sat alone by the hearth in their small stone house and began to speak. She recited the names of her ancestors as her father had taught her, going back generation by generation, each name a link in a chain that stretched back through the centuries to Numina itself. She told the stories of heroes and ordinary folk, of great deeds and simple kindnesses, of loves found and lost and found again. And when she came at last to her father's name, she did not speak of his illness or his death. Instead, she told of the first fish he had ever caught, a tale he had shared with her when she was very small. She told of his courtship of her mother, of his gentle way with animals, of how he would sometimes hum to himself as he mended his nets, tuneless melodies that he was never aware he was making. She told of the morning light on the lake and the evening stars reflected in its waters, and of a quiet man who had loved deeply and well. As she spoke, something remarkable began to happen. The fire in the hearth, which had been burning low, suddenly flared up with renewed vigour, casting dancing shadows on the walls. And in those shadows, Muriel thought she could see figures, faint and flickering, the shapes of all those she had named, gathered around her as if listening to her words. She felt no fear, only a profound sense of connection, of being part of something much larger than herself, a chain of memory and love that stretched back into the distant past and forward into an unknown but hopeful future. When dawn came at last, bringing with it the turning of the year and the slow return of the light, Muriel rose from her place by the fire and went to her father's bedside. He had passed in the night, his face peaceful, a slight smile upon his lips as if he had heard her stories and been comforted by them. She wept then, for grief must have its due, but her tears were not only of sorrow, they were also of gratitude, for the gift he'd given her, and of resolve, for she knew now what she must do. In the years that followed, Muriel became known throughout the region as a keeper of stories. She travelled from village to village, from manor to humble home, gathering tales wherever she went and sharing them with all who would listen. She taught others the art of the watch of remembrance, ensuring that the tradition would not die even as the kingdom itself began its slow decline. And when at last she grew old and her own time came to pass beyond the circles of the world, she was content, for she knew that her stories would live on, told and retold by those she had taught, bridges between the past and the future that would stand as long as there were voices to speak and ears to hear. This tale of Muriel the Storykeeper was one that Aldegrim Took held especially dear, for he saw in her his own calling, his own purpose in gathering and preserving the tales of his people. He would often say that every hobbit who sat by a fire and told a story to a child was following in her footsteps, keeping alive the ancient tradition of remembrance that she had championed so faithfully in those distant days. And on the longest nights of winter, when the darkness pressed close against the round windows of hobbit holes throughout the Shire, her spirit seemed to hover near, blessing all who spoke and listened with the warmth of shared memory. The third tale in Aldegrim Took's collection came from a most unexpected source, and the circumstances of its telling were themselves remarkable enough to warrant their own small place in the annals of Shire history. It happened in the year that Aldegrim turned 73, a year of unusual weather when spring came early and lingered late, and the gardens of the Shire produced such an abundance of vegetables that even the most industrious of hobbit cooks could not keep pace with the harvest. In that year of plenty, a visitor came to the Shire who had not been seen in those parts for many generations. He was an elf of Rivendell, tall and fair, with hair the colour of starlight and eyes that held the memory of ages beyond counting. His name, he said, was Lindir, and he had come west at the bidding of his lord Elrond to gather news of the lands beyond the Misty Mountains, for there were stirrings in the world that concerned the wise, though he would say no more of what those stirrings might be. The hobbits of the Shire, ever curious about outsiders yet wary of anything that might disturb their peaceful routines, received Lindir with a mixture of hospitality and suspicion. They fed him generously, as was their custom with all travellers, but they watched him from the corners of their eyes and whispered among themselves about what business an elf could possibly have in their quiet country. Elves, after all, were creatures of legend to most hobbits, figures from old songs and older stories, not beings of flesh and blood who might appear at one's door asking for a meal and a night's lodging. Aldegrim, however, was not most hobbits. His curiosity, which had already led him to collect stories from every corner of the Shire and beyond, drew him to the elven visitor like a moth to flame. He sought Lindir out at the inn where the elf was staying, introduced himself with all the formal courtesy he could muster, and boldly asked if the traveller might share a tale or two from the elder days in exchange for whatever hospitality a humble hobbit could offer. Lindir, who had lived long enough to recognise genuine interest when he saw it, was charmed by the old hobbit's enthusiasm. He accepted the invitation and spent 3 evenings at Aldegrim's home, eating and drinking and talking long into the night while the fire burned low and the stars wheeled slowly overhead. And on the second of those evenings, he told a story that Aldegrim would remember for the rest of his days, a tale from the very beginning of the world, when all things were young and the shadow had not yet touched the hearts of the children of Iluvatar. In those first days, Lindir said, his voice taking on a quality of distant music, the Valar dwelt in the blessed realm of Aman, and they laboured to prepare the world for the coming of the elves, the firstborn children of the one who had sung all things into being. They raised mountains and carved valleys, filled seas with water and planted forests that would grow for ages upon ages. They set the stars in the heavens and kindled the great lamps that lit the world before the making of the sun and moon. And in all their labours, they worked with joy, for they loved the world they were shaping and looked forward eagerly to the awakening of those who would dwell in it. But among the Valar there was one whose joy was mixed with a deeper longing, a desire for something more than the shaping of stone and water and growing things. This was Nienna, the Lady of Sorrow, she who wept for every wound inflicted upon the world and who brought comfort to all those who suffered. Nienna did not labour alongside her brethren in the making of mountains and seas. Instead, she wandered alone through the young world, her tears falling upon the bare earth and bringing forth gentle rains that nourished the first stirrings of life. In her wanderings, Nienna came at last to a high place, a peak that rose above the clouds and looked out over the vast emptiness of lands not yet shaped by the hands of the Valar. There she sat and wept, not from sorrow alone, but from the overwhelming beauty of the world and the knowledge of all the joy and pain that would come to pass within it. Her tears fell upon the mountain's peak and gathered in a hollow of the stone, forming a small pool of water so clear and pure that it seemed to hold the very essence of light within its depths. And as Nienna wept, a curious thing occurred. A small creature came to drink from the pool, a being unlike any the Valar had yet imagined into existence. It was small and round, with bright eyes and soft brown fur, and it moved with a gentle hesitance that spoke of uncertainty but not of fear. Nienna watched in wonder as the creature drank, and when it had finished it looked up at her and made a sound that was almost like a sigh of contentment. "What are you, little one?" Nienna asked, "for you are not of my making, nor of any of my brethren's design. Whence do you come, and how came you to be in this unfinished world?" The creature did not answer, for it had no words, but it came closer to the Lady of Sorrow and nestled against her feet, seeking warmth and comfort as all small things do, and Nienna, whose heart was full of compassion for all living beings, bent down and gently stroked the creature's soft fur, wondering at this mystery that had appeared unbidden in the dawn of the world. She took the creature with her when she returned to the halls of the Valar, and there it was examined with great interest by all the powers who dwelt in a man. None could say what manner of being it was or how it had come into existence. Some suggested that it had been born from Nienna's tears, a spontaneous creation brought forth by the power of her compassion. Others thought it might be a fragment of thought from Iluvatar himself, a hint of things to come that had taken physical form. But no certain answer was ever found, and in time the mystery was accepted as one of those inexplicable wonders that adorned the early world like jewels scattered by an unseen hand. The creature lived in the gardens of Lorien for many ages, and it was joined in time by others of its kind, for it seemed to multiply without the Valar understanding how. They were gentle beings, these small furry creatures, content to eat and sleep and play in the beautiful gardens, asking nothing of the powers save to be left in peace. The Valar grew fond of them and called them by a name in their own tongue that meant simply the small comfortable ones, and they were allowed to dwell in Aman unmolested, a source of quiet joy to all who encountered them. But when the elves awoke at last under the stars of Middle-earth, something strange began to happen. The small comfortable ones grew restless in the gardens of Lorien. They gathered in groups and whispered to one another in their own fashion, and one by one they began to disappear, slipping away through paths that none of the Valar could perceive. And when at last the powers thought to look for them, they found the gardens empty, all the gentle creatures gone as if they had never been. It was Ulmo, Lord of Waters, who discovered where they had gone. In his journeys through the deep places of the world, through rivers and streams and the vast dark seas, he had felt the passage of many small lives moving eastward, travelling by ways unknown even to the Valar themselves. And when he traced their path, he found that they had come to Middle-earth, to the lands where the elves had awakened, and there they had made their homes in hills and burrows and cosy hollows beneath the roots of trees. Why they had left the blessed realm no one could say with certainty, but Nienna, who had first found them half upon the mountain peak, offered her own understanding. Perhaps, she said, they were made to be companions, not to the powers, but to the children of Iluvatar. Perhaps their purpose was to bring comfort to those who had no sorrow and joy in the mortal lands, to remind them that even in the darkest of times, there is a place for simple pleasures and quiet contentment. Perhaps they are a gift, a blessing upon the world that we did not intend but that serves a purpose greater than we can perceive. And so it was, Linda concluded, his eyes twinkling with gentle humour, that the ancestors of all comfortable creatures came to dwell in Middle-earth. They changed over the long ages, adapting to the lands where they settled, taking many forms and many names. But in all of them, something of that first creation remained, that essence born from tears of compassion upon a mountain peak in the youth of the world, the desire for warmth and comfort, for good food and peaceful rest, for the company of friends and the joy of simple things well done. Aldegrim sat in silence when the tale was finished, his pipe long gone cold in his hand and his old heart full of wonder. He did not presume to ask if the story was true in the way that hobbits usually meant when they asked such questions. He sensed that it was true in a deeper sense, a truth that lay beneath the surface of mere facts and spoke to something fundamental about the nature of the world and those who dwelt within it. The elf Lindir departed the Shire on the morning of the fourth day, leaving behind him a wake of wonder and speculation that would occupy the gossips of Hobbiton for months to come. But for Aldegrim Took, the visit had been a treasure beyond price, a confirmation of everything he had always believed about the importance of stories and the connections they could forge between peoples who might otherwise remain strangers to one another. He recorded Lindir's tale with painstaking care in his great book of Chronicles, adding his own observations about the elf's manner and speech so that future generations might understand not only the story itself, but something of the remarkable being who had shared it. The fourth tale in Aldegrim's collection was of a different character altogether, coming not from distant lands or ancient days, but from the very heart of the Shire itself. It was a story that had been passed down through the Took family for as long as anyone could remember, told and retold at family gatherings until every Took child knew it by heart before they could properly write their own names. And yet, for all its familiarity, it never grew stale, for it spoke to truths about hobbit nature that remained as relevant as ever. The tale concerned a young hobbit lass named Belladonna Took, who would later become famous as the mother of Bilbo Baggins and one of the most remarkable hobbits of her generation. But in the time of this story, she was merely a curious child of 12 summers, with wild brown curls that refused to stay tamed and a spirit of adventure that was the despair of her more conventional relations. Belladonna had a way of finding trouble, or perhaps trouble had a way of finding her, for hardly a week passed without some new escapade that set the tongues of the neighbourhood wagging and her poor parents wringing their hands in exasperation. On the day that this particular adventure began, Belladonna had been sent on an errand to deliver a basket of mushroom tarts to her elderly aunt Mirabella, who lived in a comfortable hole near the edge of the old forest. It was a journey of perhaps 3 hours each way, well within the capabilities of a healthy young hobbit, and Belladonna had made it many times before without incident. But on this occasion, as she walked along the path that skirted the forest's edge, her attention was caught by something she'd never noticed before. There, half hidden among the roots of an ancient oak tree, was a door. Not a hobbit door, round and painted a cheerful colour, but a door of rough-hewn wood, grey with age and covered with moss and lichen. It was set into the side of a small hillock that Belladonna must have passed 100 times without ever seeing anything unusual, and yet there it stood, solid and undeniable, as if it had been waiting for just this moment to reveal itself. Any sensible hobbit would have hurried past, perhaps making a mental note to mention the oddity to someone in authority, and then promptly forgetting about it over supper. But Belladonna was not by any measure a sensible hobbit. Her heart leapt with excitement at the discovery, and without pausing to consider the wisdom of her actions, she set down her basket of tarts and approached the mysterious door. It opened at her touch, swinging inward on hinges that made no sound despite their obvious age. Beyond lay a tunnel, not cramped and earthy like a rabbit's burrow, but wide and smooth-floored, lit by a soft luminescence that seemed to emanate from the very walls themselves. The air that drifted out was cool and fresh, carrying with it a scent of growing things and distant waters. Belladonna hesitated for only a moment before stepping inside, her curiosity overwhelming any thought of caution. She walked for what felt like hours, though it might have been only minutes, for time seemed to flow differently in that strange passage. The tunnel wound and twisted, sometimes climbing, sometimes descending, but always maintaining its gentle light and its mysterious allure, and at last it opened into a vast underground chamber, so large that its ceiling was lost in shadow and its walls receded into dimness beyond the reach of sight. In the centre of the chamber stood a garden unlike any Belladonna had ever imagined. Trees grew there, their leaves silver and gold, their branches hung with fruits of every colour. Flowers bloomed in profusion, sending up perfumes that made her head swim with pleasure. A small stream ran through the midst of the garden, its waters crystal clear and singing softly as they flowed over smooth stones, and beside the stream, sitting on a bench of carved white stone, was the oldest being Belladonna had ever seen. He was a hobbit, or at least he had the shape of one, with the characteristic round belly and large hairy feet. But his age was beyond reckoning, his face so lined and weathered that it seemed carved from ancient wood, his beard so long and white that it pooled around his feet like a drift of snow. His eyes, though, were bright and keen, holding a spark of life and humour that belied his apparent antiquity, and when he saw Belladonna standing at the entrance to his garden, he smiled a smile of such warmth and welcome that all her nervousness melted away. "Come in, child," he said, his voice like the rustling of autumn leaves. "I have been waiting for you for a very long time." Belladonna approached the old hobbit with wonder in her heart, her eyes taking in the marvels of the underground garden even as her feet carried her forward. When she reached the bench, the Ancient One gestured for her to sit beside him, and she did so, feeling the cool smoothness of the stone beneath her and the warmth of his presence beside her. "Who are you?" she asked, for she had been raised to show proper respect to her elders, even when those elders appeared in magical gardens beneath the earth. "And how is it that you know me?" the old hobbit chuckled, a sound like distant thunder rolling over green hills. "I am called by many names, child, but you may call me grandfather, for in a sense that is what I am to all the hobbits who walk the green lands of the Shire. As for knowing you," he paused, his bright eyes twinkling, "I've known of you since before you were born. I knew your mother and your grandmother, your great-grandmother and all those who came before. I've watched over the families of the Shire since the beginning, guiding and protecting in ways that are seldom seen but always felt. Belladonna pondered this for a moment, her quick mind working to make sense of what she had heard. "Are you then a spirit of some kind?" she asked, "or perhaps an elf in hobbit form?" "Neither and both," the Old One replied. "I am what your people needed me to be, long ago when they first came to these lands and required a guardian to watch over them. The world is full of beings such as I, child spirits of place and purpose who take the forms that best suit those they are meant to serve. The elves have their own guardians, as do the dwarves and the men and all the other peoples of Middle-earth. But I am yours, the keeper of the Shire and all who dwell within it." He gestured toward the garden around them, and Belladonna saw now that it was not merely beautiful but somehow meaningful, each tree and flower representing something she could almost but not quite understand. "This garden," he continued, "is a reflection of the Shire above. Every hobbit who has ever lived is represented here, every family and every lineage. When one of your kind is born, a new flower blooms. When one passes beyond the circles of the world, a leaf falls. And through it all, I tend and nurture, ensuring that the garden remains healthy and that the Shire above remains a place of peace and plenty." Belladonna looked at the garden with new eyes, seeing in its profusion of life the countless generations of hobbits who had lived and loved and laughed in the green country above. She felt a swelling of pride in her heart, a sense of belonging to something much larger than herself, a lineage that stretched back into the distant past and forward into an unknown but hopeful future. "Why have you shown me this?" she asked at last. "Why have you chosen to reveal yourself to me, of all the hobbits in the Shire?" The Old One's smile grew thoughtful. "Because you are different," Belladonna took. "You have a fire in your heart that burns brighter than most, a curiosity that will not be satisfied with the ordinary and the familiar. That fire is both a gift and a burden, for it will lead you into adventures that most hobbits would flee from in terror. But it is also the very quality that the Shire needs, now and in the days to come. For change is coming to the world, child, change that even I cannot fully foresee, and the Shire will need hobbits who can face that change with courage and wonder, rather than shrinking from it in fear." Belladonna sat in silence for a long while, absorbing the weight of the Old One's words. She was young, too young perhaps to fully understand all that he'd told her, but she felt the truth of it resonating in her bones. She had always known, in the way that children sometimes know things, without being able to explain them, that she was different from the other hobbit children in her village. While they were content to play in the familiar fields and dream of comfortable futures filled with good food and warm hearths, she had always yearned for something more, something that lay just beyond the horizon of the ordinary. The guardian of the Shire seemed to sense her thoughts, for he nodded slowly and reached out to pat her hand, with fingers that were gnarled like ancient roots but surprisingly warm and gentle. "Do not fear your difference, child," he said. "Embrace it. The Shire needs its gardeners and its cooks, its farmers and its merchants. But it also needs its dreamers and its adventurers, those who can see beyond the boundaries of the familiar and bring back wisdom from the wider world. You are one such, and there will be others in your line who carry the same fire." He rose from the bench then, moving with a grace that belied his apparent age, and gestured for Belladonna to follow him through the garden. As they walked among the silver trees and golden flowers, he pointed out particular plants and explained their significance. "Here," he said, indicating a cluster of sturdy oak saplings, "are the tooks of the North Farthing, strong and dependable. And there, gesturing toward a patch of wildflowers that seemed to dance even without wind, are the brandybucks, always moving, always curious about what lies around the next bend of the river." They came at last to a flower that stood apart from the others, a bloom of deep violet with petals that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. "This," the Old One said softly, "is you," Belladonna took. "See how it reaches towards something unseen, how it strains against the soil that holds it. That is your nature, child. You will never be content with merely existing. You will always be reaching, always seeking, always growing toward the light that others cannot see." Belladonna gazed at the flower that bore her essence, feeling a strange mixture of pride and trepidation. "Will I find what I am seeking?" she asked. "Will my reaching lead me somewhere? Or will I simply stretch forever towards something I can never grasp?" The guardian smiled, and in his ancient eyes she saw reflections of countless lives, countless stories, countless seekers who had asked the same question throughout the long ages of the world. That, dear child, is not for me to say. The future is not written, not even in this garden. What I can tell you is that the seeking itself has value, regardless of what is found. Every step you take into the unknown changes you, shapes you, makes you more fully who you are meant to be, and every story you bring back from your wanderings enriches the Shire and all who dwell within it. He led her then toward another passage, one that sloped gently upward toward a distant point of light. Your aunt will be wondering what has become of you, he said, and her mushroom tarts will be getting cold. But before you go, I have a gift for you, something to remind you of this meeting and of the truth you have learned here today. From somewhere within his robes, he produced a small stone, smooth and round and warm to the touch. It was unremarkable in appearance, grey and plain, the sort of stone one might find in any stream or field in the Shire. But when Belladonna took it in her hand, she felt a pulse of warmth spread through her fingers and up her arm, settling in her heart like a tiny flame. This stone, the Old One explained, has been in the Shire since before the Hobbits came. It remembers the land as it was and as it will be, and it carries within it a portion of my blessing. When you feel lost or afraid, when the fire in your heart seems to flicker and fade, hold this stone and remember that you are never truly alone. The Shire is with you, wherever you may wander, and I am watching over you as I watch over all my children. Belladonna clutched the stone tightly, feeling tears prick at the corners of her eyes. She wanted to say something, to thank the ancient guardian for his gift and his wisdom, but the words would not come. Instead, she simply nodded, hoping that he could read in her eyes the gratitude that filled her heart. Go now, he said gently. Live your life, seek your adventures, and never forget that the greatest treasures are not found in distant lands, but in the hearts of those we love and the memories we create together. And with that he turned and walked back into the garden, his form growing indistinct among the silver and gold until he was gone entirely, leaving Belladonna alone at the foot of the ascending passage. She emerged from the tunnel into the warm afternoon sunlight, blinking against the sudden brightness. The door in the hillock stood open behind her, but even as she watched it began to fade, becoming more and more transparent until it vanished entirely, leaving only the gnarled roots of the ancient oak and the ordinary earth of the forest's edge. Belladonna stood for a moment, wondering if she had dreamed the entire encounter, but the weight of the stone in her pocket assured her that it had been real. She delivered the mushroom tarts to her Aunt Mirabella, who scolded her gently for being late but otherwise suspected nothing unusual, and she kept the secret of the underground garden and its guardian for many years, sharing it only with her son Bilbo when he was old enough to understand, and with a few trusted members of her family who she believed might benefit from its wisdom. The stone remained with her always, a constant companion through the adventures of her youth and the quieter contentments of her later years, a reminder of the truth she had learned beneath the earth. Aldegrim Took had heard this story from his grandmother, who had heard it from Belladonna herself in the twilight of that remarkable hobbit's life. He had always treasured it above all the other tales in his collection, for it spoke directly to his own sense of purpose and calling. If the Shire truly had a guardian, a spirit who watched over all hobbits and tended them like a gardener tends his flowers, then the work of gathering and preserving stories was not merely a hobby or an eccentricity. It was a sacred trust, a way of honouring the countless lives that had been lived and the countless more that were yet to come. The fifth tale in Aldegrim's Chronicle took the listener far from the green fields of the Shire to lands of shadow and danger where few hobbits had ever ventured. It was a story he had heard from the travelling merchant who had passed through Hobbiton when Aldegrim was still a young hobbit, barely past his coming of age. The merchant was a man of Dale, that city which lay at the foot of the lonely mountain, and he had come west to trade in goods that were rare in those parts, fine metalwork from the forges of the dwarves and delicate fabrics from the looms of the men who dwelt near the great river. The man's name was Bard, though he was not the famous Bard who would later slay the dragon Smaug, but rather a distant cousin of that legendary figure who shared only his name and his lineage. This Bard was a storyteller of no small skill, and he often paid for his lodging along the road by entertaining his hosts with tales of the East, of the great markets of Dale and the splendour of the lonely mountain, of the wide grasslands of Rovanion and the dark eaves of Mirkwood, where dangers lurked in every shadow. One evening, as Aldegrim sat with Bard in the common room of the Green Dragon Inn, the merchant spoke of a tale that he said had come to him from the woodmen who dwelt on the western edges of the great forest. It was a tale of the forest itself, of its history and its nature, and of the strange beings who had dwelt there since before the coming of elves or men or any of the speaking peoples of Middle-earth. In the eldest days, Bard began, his voice dropping to the low, rhythmic cadence of one practiced in the art of storytelling, the great forest that men now call Mirkwood was known by another name. The elves called it Greenwood the Great, for its leaves were evergreen and its glades were filled with a light and song. It stretched from the grey mountains in the north to the brown lands in the south, and from the banks of the great river almost to the feet of the misty mountains, a vast expanse of living wood that was home to more creatures than any single mind could count. The heart of Greenwood, Bard continued, was a place of particular power and beauty. There stood trees so ancient that they remembered the first sunrise, their roots drinking deep from waters that flowed from the very foundations of the world. Their branches formed a canopy so thick that the forest floor below existed in a perpetual twilight, cool and fragrant with the scent of moss and growing things. And in this heart of the forest, there dwelt beings who were neither elf nor beast, but something older and stranger, spirits of the wood itself, who had taken form when the first seeds were planted by the hands of the Valar. These spirits, called by the woodmen the Whisper Folk, were rarely seen by mortal eyes. They moved through the trees like shadows, their forms shifting and changing with the play of light and darkness. Some appeared as figures of bark and leaf, tall and slender with eyes like pools of amber in the depths of the forest. Others took shapes more animal than humanoid, great stags with antlers of living wood, or massive bears with fur like the woven vines. And still others had no fixed form at all, existing as presences felt rather than seen, voices heard in the rustle of leaves and the creak of branches. The Whisper Folk were guardians of the forest, tending to its health and balance as a gardener tends to a beloved plot of earth. They nurtured the young saplings and eased the passing of the ancient trees. They guided the streams and protected the creatures who made their homes among the roots and branches, and they watched, always watched, with eyes that missed nothing and memories that stretched back to the dawn of time. For long ages the Whisper Folk dwelt in peace, their forest a realm of wonder and tranquility. The elves who came to live in Greenwood treated them with respect, honouring the ancient spirits and learning from them the deep secrets of the living wood. A harmony existed between the firstborn children of Iluvatar and the older beings of the forest, each enriching the other's existence in ways that benefited all who dwelt beneath the green canopy. But then came the shadow. It crept into the forest slowly, so slowly that at first none perceived its coming. It began in the south, where the trees grew closest to the dark tower of Dol Guldur, and it spread northward year by year, century by century, like a stain seeping through clean water. The leaves began to darken, taking on a sickly hue that spoke of corruption. The creatures of the forest grew fearful and aggressive, their natural behaviours twisted by the creeping evil, and the Whisper Folk, those ancient guardians, found themselves fighting a battle they had never anticipated against an enemy they could not fully comprehend. Bard paused in his telling, taking a long drink from his mug and letting the silence stretch. Aldegrim leaned forward, his pipe forgotten in his hand, utterly captivated by the tale. The other hobbits in the common room had grown quiet as well, drawn in despite themselves by the merchant's skillful weaving of words. The woodmen who dwell on the forest's edge, Bard continued, have preserved stories of those dark days passed down from father to son through generations beyond counting. They speak of a time when the Whisper Folk emerged from the deep forest and walked among men, seeking allies in their struggle against the shadow. For the first time since the world was young, the ancient spirits showed themselves openly, appearing in the villages and camps of the woodmen to ask for aid. There was one spirit in particular, Bard said, his voice dropping lower, who became a figure of legend among the woodmen. She was called by them the Lady of Silver Leaves, for wherever she walked the trees around her seemed to shimmer with an argent light, as if the moon itself had descended to earth and taken the form of a tall, slender woman with hair like starlight and eyes like the deep pools of the forest streams. She came to the chieftain of the woodmen, a man named Elmond who was known for his wisdom and courage, and she spoke to him of the peril that threatened not only the forest, but all the lands around it. The shadow that creeps through my home, she said, is not merely a blight upon the trees, it is a corruption of the very spirit of the world, a darkness that will spread until it has consumed everything good and green and growing. Already my kindred are failing, their forms growing weak and their voices falling silent. Soon there will be none left to tend the forest, and when we are gone, the shadow will have no opposition. It will flow out like a black tide, drowning all in its path. Elmond, a practical man who had seen much in his years as chieftain, asked what could be done to stop this spreading evil. The Lady of Silverleaves explained that the shadow's power was greatest in the places where the old magic had grown weak, where the bonds between the living things of the forest had frayed and broken. If those bonds could be renewed, if the harmony that had once existed could be restored, the shadow might be pushed back, its advance halted or even reversed. But we cannot do this alone, she said. We are creatures of the forest, bound to the trees and the earth. We need the help of those who walk freely in the world, who can carry the light of hope into places where we cannot go. We need the help of men, and so began a partnership that the woodmen still remember with pride. Elmond gathered the bravest and most steadfast of his people, and together with the Whisper Folk, they ventured into the darkening heart of the forest. They carried with them torches kindled from the wood of trees that still remembered the light, and they sang songs that the Lady of Silverleaves had taught them, songs of growing and healing that pushed back the shadow and rekindled hope in the hearts of all who heard them. The struggle was long and bitter, lasting through many seasons and claiming many lives. There were battles fought in clearings where the darkness had taken physical form, shambling things of shadow and rot that hated all that lived and grew. There were journeys into places so dark that even the torches seemed to dim, where the very air was thick with malice and despair. And there were moments of terrible loss, when brave men and ancient spirits alike fell to the shadow's corruption, their light extinguished forever. But in the end they prevailed. The heart of the forest was cleansed, the bonds between the living things restored and strengthened. The shadow was pushed back to the southern reaches, contained if not destroyed, and Greenwood was saved from complete corruption. The Whisper Folk, weakened but alive, returned to their guardianship, and the woodmen went back to their villages, bearing with them stories that would be told for generations to come. The Lady of Silverleaves came one last time to Elmond before departing into the deep forest. She thanked him for his courage and his sacrifice, and she gave him a gift, a leaf from one of the eldest trees in the forest's heart, preserved by ancient magic so that it would never wither or fade. This leaf, she said, is a token of the bond between our peoples. Keep it safe and pass it to your descendants, and know that as long as it endures, the friendship between men and the spirits of the wood will never be forgotten. Bard reached into his pack and produced a small wooden box, worn smooth by many hands over many years. He opened it carefully, reverently, and there, nestled on a bed of soft cloth, lay a leaf of silver and green, shimmering with a light that seemed to come from within. This, he said softly, is that very leaf, passed down through my family from Elmond himself, who was my ancestor in the distant past. I show it to few, for it is precious beyond measure. But I sense in you, Master Took, a kindred spirit, one who understands the value of old stories and ancient trusts. Aldegrim gazed at the leaf with wonder, feeling the weight of history pressing upon him. He reached out a tentative finger, not quite touching the shimmering surface, and felt a warmth emanating from it, a sense of life and hope that seemed to push back the shadows of the common room and fill his heart with joy. The shadow was not destroyed, Bard concluded, closing the box and returning it to his pack. It lingers still in the southern reaches of the forest, waiting for a chance to spread once more. But the Whisper Folk remain vigilant, and the descendants of Elmond remember the old alliance. And as long as there are those who keep the stories alive, who remember the courage and sacrifice of those who came before, the light will never be wholly extinguished. Aldegrim never forgot that evening in the Green Dragon Inn, nor the shimmering leaf that Bard had shown him. It confirmed what he had always believed, that the world was full of wonders hidden just beyond the edge of ordinary sight, waiting to be discovered by those with eyes to see and hearts to understand. He added Bard's tale to his collection with particular care, noting every detail he could remember of the merchant's telling, and he often returned to it in the quiet hours of the night when sleep eluded him. and his thoughts wandered through the vast tapestry of stories he had gathered over his long life. The sixth tale in Aldegrim's Chronicle was perhaps the strangest of all, for it concerned not heroes or guardians or ancient spirits, but a simple hobbit farmer and the extraordinary thing that happened to him one ordinary autumn afternoon. This tale Aldegrim had not received from any traveller or visitor, but had witnessed himself, being present when the events unfolded and speaking at length with the farmer in the days that followed. The farmer's name was Hamfast Gamgee, and he was the great-great-grandfather of that Samwise Gamgee who would later achieve fame as the faithful companion of Frodo Baggins on the quest to destroy the One Ring. But in the time of this story, the Gamgee family was known for nothing more remarkable than their skill in gardening and their steady and reliable natures. They were the sort of hobbits that other hobbits depended upon, not for adventures or excitement, but for the quiet competence that kept the Shire running smoothly from one generation to the next. Hamfast worked a small plot of land on the outskirts of Hobbiton, growing vegetables and herbs that he sold at the weekly market. He was neither wealthy nor poor, neither ambitious nor lazy, content with his lot and grateful for the simple blessings of good soil, fair weather, and a loving family. His days followed a predictable rhythm, rising with the sun, working in his fields until the light faded, sharing supper with his wife and children, and falling into the deep, dreamless sleep of honest labour. On the afternoon in question, Hamfast was working alone in his potato field, turning the soil in preparation for the following spring's planting. The sky was clear and blue, the air crisp with the first hints of approaching winter, and a gentle breeze carried the scent of fallen leaves from the nearby woods. It was, by all accounts, a perfectly ordinary day, indistinguishable from 1,000 other days that Hamfast had known in his unremarkable life. He had just paused to wipe the sweat from his brow and take a drink from the flask of cider he'd brought with him, when he noticed something strange in the freshly turned earth. At first he took it for a stone, large and smooth and pale, the sort of thing that sometimes surfaced when the soil was worked. But as he knelt to examine it more closely, he realised that it was not a stone at all, but something far more curious. It was an egg, larger than any egg he had ever seen, nearly the size of his own head. Its shell was not the white or brown of a chicken's egg, nor the speckled pattern of a wild bird's. Instead, it was a pale blue, shot through with veins of silver that seemed to pulse with a faint inner light. Hamfast stared at it for a long moment, his simple farmer's mind struggling to make sense of what he was seeing. Then, with the practical instinct that was the hallmark of his family, he decided to take it home and show it to his wife. He wrapped the egg carefully in his coat and carried it back to his hobbit hole, where his wife Daisy was preparing the evening meal. She was no less astonished than he had been, and together they examined the strange object, turning it this way and that in the light of the fire, marvelling at its beauty and wondering what manner of creature could have laid such a thing. That night, as they lay in bed with the egg wrapped in blankets and placed in a basket near the hearth, Hamfast dreamed a dream unlike any he had known before. He dreamed that he was standing in a vast open space, surrounded by stars that wheeled slowly overhead in patterns he did not recognise. Before him stood a figure of light, tall and radiant, with wings that seemed to be made of pure flame. "You have found something precious," the figure said, its voice like music and thunder intertwined. "Something that was lost long ago and has been waiting in the earth for one worthy to discover it. You must care for it, nurture it, keep it safe until it is ready to hatch. What emerges will bring blessing upon your family and your land for generations to come." Hamfast wanted to ask questions, to understand what manner of being was speaking to him and what exactly he was supposed to do. But before he could form the words, the dream faded, and he woke to the pale light of morning filtering through his window. The egg still sat in its basket by the hearth, unchanged, and for a moment he wondered if he had imagined the whole thing. But as the days passed, and Hamfast cared for the egg as the dream had instructed, keeping it warm and safe and turning it gently each day as he might turn the eggs in a henhouse, he began to notice changes in his life that could not be explained by coincidence alone. His vegetables, already respectable, began to grow with unprecedented vigour. His potatoes were larger and more numerous than ever before, his carrots sweeter, his cabbages firmer. Neighbours who had always bought from him began to seek him out specifically, remarking on the remarkable quality of his produce. More than that, his family seemed to flourish in ways both subtle and profound. His children, always healthy, grew even more robust, their cheeks ruddy with good health and their spirits bright with contentment. His wife, who had complained of aching joints for years, found her pain diminishing until it was barely noticeable, and Hamfast himself felt stronger and more vigorous than he had in decades, as if the years were rolling back from his shoulders like water from a duck's back. Word spread, as word always does in the Shire, and before long curious hobbits were making their way to Hamfast's hole to see the mysterious egg for themselves. Most were sceptical, dismissing the changes in Hamfast's fortunes as coincidence or exaggeration. But a few, including young Aldegrim Took, sensed that something truly remarkable was happening, something that defied the ordinary explanations of everyday life. Aldegrim visited Hamfast often in those weeks, sitting by the fire and listening as the simple farmer described his dream and the changes that had followed. He took careful notes, recording every detail of the egg's appearance and the blessings it seemed to bestow upon the household. And he was there, on a cold winter's night when the first snow of the season was falling softly outside, when the egg finally began to hatch. It started with a soft tapping, barely audible above the crackle of the fire. Then a crack appeared in the silver-veined shell, a thin line that spread slowly across the pale blue surface. Hamfast and Daisy and Aldegrim watched in breathless silence as the crack widened, as pieces of shell fell away, as something moved within the depths of the egg. What emerged was not a bird nor any creature that any of them could identify. It was small, no larger than a kitten, with skin that shimmered between gold and silver depending on how the light struck it. It had wings, delicate and translucent, that folded against its back like those of a sleeping butterfly. Its eyes, when it opened them, were the deep blue of a summer sky, and they held an intelligence that seemed far too profound for so small a creature. For a long moment, the little being simply lay amid the fragments of its shell, blinking in the firelight and flexing its tiny wings. Then it looked up at Hamfast, meeting his eyes with a gaze that seemed to pierce straight through to his heart, and it made a sound that was not quite a chirp and not quite a song, but something in between that filled the room with warmth and peace. Hamfast reached out his hand slowly, tentatively, and the creature climbed onto his palm, settling there as if it belonged. He felt a connection form in that moment, a bond that went beyond words or understanding, linking him to this strange and wonderful being in a way that he could never fully explain. The creature, which Hamfast came to call Shimmer for the way its skin caught and reflected the light, lived with the Gamgee family for 7 years. In all that time, it never grew much larger than it had been on the night of its hatching, remaining small enough to perch on Hamfast's shoulder or curl up in his coat pocket when he worked in the fields. It ate little, seeming to sustain itself on sunlight and fresh air and perhaps something less tangible, some essence of goodness and contentment that permeated the Gamgee household like the warmth of a well-tended fire. During those 7 years, the blessings that had begun with the egg's discovery continued to flow. The Gamgee gardens became legendary throughout the Shire, producing vegetables of such quality that hobbits travelled from as far as Buckland to purchase them. The family prospered modestly, never growing wealthy but always having enough and a little to spare for neighbours in need. And a sense of peace settled over their corner of Hobbiton, a tranquillity that seemed to radiate outward from their little hole and touch all who came near. Aldegrim visited often during those years, observing Shimmer with the keen eye of a collector of wonders and recording everything he witnessed in his great book of Chronicles. The creature seemed to recognise him as a friend, greeting him with that peculiar chirping song whenever he appeared, and sometimes perching on his shoulder as it did with Hamfast. In those moments, Aldegrim felt a warmth spread through him that was like nothing he'd ever experienced, a sense of connection to something vast and ancient and infinitely loving. He asked Hamfast once what he believed Shimmer truly was, and the farmer was silent for a long time before answering. "I think," he said at last, speaking slowly as one who has given much thought to a difficult question, "that it is a blessing made flesh. I do not know where it came from or why it chose to come to me, of all the hobbits in the Shire. But I know that its presence has changed my life in ways I could never have imagined, and I am grateful for every day that it remains with us." But Shimmer did not remain forever. On a morning in early spring, 7 years to the day after its hatching, Hamfast woke to find the creature sitting on the windowsill, gazing out at the rising sun with those deep blue eyes that held so much wisdom and so much mystery. There was something different about it that morning, a restlessness that Hamfast had never seen before, and he knew in his heart what was about to happen. He carried Shimmer out into the garden, where the first flowers of spring were just beginning to push through the thawing earth. The creature looked up at him, and in its gaze he read gratitude and love and a gentle farewell. Then it spread its delicate wings, which had never been used for flight in all the years of its dwelling with the Gamgees, and it rose into the air. It circled once around the garden, its scales catching the morning light and scattering it in a rainbow of colours that dazzled the eyes. Then it turned toward the east, toward the rising sun, and it flew away, growing smaller and smaller until it was lost in the brilliance of the dawn. Hamfast stood in his garden for a long time after Shimmer had gone, tears streaming down his weathered cheeks. But they were not tears of sorrow alone. They were tears of gratitude for the gift he had been given, for the 7 years of blessings and the memories that would remain with him for the rest of his days. And when at last he turned back toward his hobbit hole, where Daisy waited with breakfast and the ordinary routines of life, he carried with him a peace that would never fully leave him. The blessings did not end with Shimmer's departure. The Gamgee gardens continued to flourish, passing their abundance down through the generations until the name Gamgee became synonymous with the finest produce in the Shire. And something of Shimmer's influence seemed to linger in the family itself, a gift for nurturing and growing that manifested not only in their work with plants but in their characters as well. The Gamgees became known as folk of uncommon steadiness and warmth, the sort of hobbits that others turned to in times of trouble, whose very presence seemed to bring comfort and calm. Aldegrim believed, though he could never prove it, that Shimmer had been one of those rare beings that appear in the world only when they are most needed, carriers of grace and blessing sent by powers beyond mortal understanding. He recorded the tale with particular care, noting every detail he could remember and adding his own reflections on its meaning and significance. And in the margin of his chronicle, he wrote a single sentence that summed up all he had learned from his years of collecting stories and wonders. The world is fuller of marvels than we know, and the greatest of them often come wrapped in the humblest of packages. The 7th tale in Aldegrim's collection was darker than those that had come before, touching on matters that most hobbits preferred not to think about. It concerned the Barrow Downs, that haunted land to the east of the Shire, where ancient evil lingered and the spirits of the dead walked beneath the stars. Few hobbits ventured there, and fewer still returned unchanged, for the Barrow Downs had a way of marking those who trespassed upon their silent hills. This tale came to Aldegrim from an old hobbit named Rorimak Brandybuck, who lived to the remarkable age of 143, and who claimed to have crossed the Barrow Downs as a youth of 35. Rorimak was not given to exaggeration or fancy, being one of the most practical and level-headed hobbits in the East Farthing, and when he told his tale, there was a weight of truth in his words that could not be denied. It happened, Rorimak said, in the summer of my youth, when I was bold and foolish and believed myself immune to the dangers that sensible folk avoided. I had heard tales of the Barrow Downs, of course, as all hobbits do, but I dismissed them as stories meant to frighten children and keep the timid close to home. I was neither a child nor timid, and I was determined to prove that the Downs held nothing that a brave hobbit need fear. I set out on a morning of bright sunshine, carrying with me a pack of food, a stout walking stick, and the arrogance of youth. The path eastward was pleasant enough at first, leading through farmland and forest until I reached the old road that ran toward the town of Bree. But when I turned north, leaving the road and striking out across the open country toward the Downs, the character of the land began to change. The grass grew thinner and paler, the trees more twisted and sparse. A mist began to rise, though the sun still shone overhead, and the air took on a chill that seemed to seep into my very bones. I pressed on, telling myself that it was merely the nature of the terrain, and that there was nothing supernatural about it. But as the hours passed and the mist grew thicker, I began to realize that I had made a terrible mistake. I was lost. The sun had disappeared behind the grey veil of mist, and I could no longer tell east from west or north from south. The landscape around me had become a confusion of low hills and shallow valleys, each one looking exactly like the last, offering no landmarks by which to navigate. I walked in circles. I'm certain of it now, though at the time I believed I was making progress towards some destination that remained always just out of sight. Night fell, and with it came a cold unlike anything I had ever experienced. It was not merely the cold of winter or of high places, but a cold that seemed to emanate from the earth itself, rising up through my feet and spreading through my body until my teeth chattered and my limbs grew numb. I stumbled upon a hollow in the side of a hill and crawled into it, hoping to find some shelter from the terrible chill. But I was not alone in that hollow. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw that I was lying upon a bed of gold and jewels, the burial treasure of some ancient lord of a kingdom long vanished from the world, and sitting at the far end of the hollow, watching me with eyes that burned with a cold blue light, was the Barrow Wight itself. I cannot describe the terror that seized me in that moment. It was beyond fear, beyond panic, a paralysis of body and mind that left me unable to move or cry out. The wight rose from its seat and drifted toward me, its form shrouded in tattered robes that moved without wind, its face a skull upon which patches of withered skin still clung. It reached out a hand of bone and sinew, and touched my forehead with fingers as cold as the grave. And then, from somewhere far away, I heard a sound that cut through the frozen terror like a beam of light through darkness. It was a song, high and clear and filled with a power that made the very air tremble. The song seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, filling the hollow with a warmth that pushed back the deathly chill and made the wight recoil as if struck by a physical blow. I recognized it, though I could not have said how, as a song of life and growing things, of sunlight on green fields and water flowing over smooth stones, of all the simple beauties of the world that the creature of the barrow had long ago forsaken. The wight let out a cry, a sound of fury and despair that echoed through the hollow and seemed to shake the very earth. Then it fled, dissolving into the shadows at the back of the burial chamber, and I was alone among the gold and jewels, trembling but alive. I crawled out of the hollow on hands and knees, my strength barely sufficient to carry me into the open air. The mist had cleared, and above me the stars shone bright and clear, more beautiful than I had ever seen them. And standing on the hillside, silhouetted against the starlight, was the figure of one who had saved me from a fate worse than death. He was an old man, or so he appeared, with a long grey beard and robes that seemed to shift between blue and grey, depending on how the starlight struck them. He carried a staff of gnarled wood, and upon his head sat a hat with a wide brim and a pointed crown. His eyes, when they met mine, held a depth of wisdom and kindness that made me feel both very small and very safe. "You have wandered far from home, little hobbit," he said, his voice gentle but touched with a note of reproach. "The Barrow Downs are no place for the unwary, even in daylight. At night they belong to powers that care nothing for the living and seek only to add to their cold company." I tried to speak, to thank him for my rescue, but my voice would not come. He seemed to understand, for he smiled and helped me to my feet, supporting me with an arm that was surprisingly strong for one of his apparent age. "Come," he said, "I will guide you back to safer lands. But remember what you have learned here tonight. There are places in this world where the darkness lingers, where ancient evils wait for the careless and the proud. Respect these places, and they will let you pass in peace. Challenge them, and you may not be so fortunate as to find a friend nearby when the shadows close in." He led me through the night, following paths that I could not see but that seemed to open before him as we walked. The mist parted at his approach, and the cold receded, and by the time dawn broke over the eastern hills, we had left the Barrow Downs far behind. He brought me to the edge of the old forest, where I could see the familiar landmarks of the Shire in the distance, and there he stopped. "Go home, little hobbit," he said. "Go home and live your life, and be grateful for every ordinary day that comes to you. Adventure will find those who seek it, but wisdom knows when to seek and when to remain content with what one has." I asked him his name, for I wished to know who I should thank for my deliverance. He smiled again, that gentle smile that seemed to hold all the warmth of the world within it, and he said, "I am called by many names in many lands, but you may call me Gandalf if you wish to call me anything at all." And with that, he turned and walked back toward the east, his grey robes blending with the morning mist until he was gone from sight. I never saw him again, though I heard tales of him in later years, stories of a wandering wizard who appeared when he was needed and vanished when his work was done. And I never forgot the lesson he taught me that night on the Barrow Downs, the lesson of humility and respect for the powers that dwell in the dark places of the world. Aldegrim listened to Rorimak's tale with rapt attention, recognising in the description of the grey-robed figure the same Gandalf who had passed through the Shire on occasion, a mysterious presence who seemed to know more about the affairs of hobbits than any outsider had a right to know. He recorded the tale carefully, noting that it confirmed what he had always suspected, that the Shire was not as isolated from the wider world as most hobbits believed, and that there were guardians watching over them, whose names and natures remained largely hidden from ordinary sight. The eighth and final tale in Aldegrim's collection was not a tale at all in the usual sense, but rather a reflection, a summing up of all that he'd learned in his long years of gathering stories and contemplating their meaning. He wrote it in the last year of his life, when he knew that his time was drawing to a close and he wished to leave behind something of the wisdom he had accumulated. "I've spent my life," he wrote, "in the company of stories. I have sought them in the corners of the Shire and in the mouths of travellers from distant lands. I have listened to the old and the young, the wise and the simple, the adventurous and the content, and in all this listening I have learned a few things that seem to me worth passing on to those who come after. First, that every life is a story, whether it be the life of a great hero who changes the fate of nations, or the life of a humble farmer who tends his garden and raises his children in peace. The value of a story lies not in its grandeur, but in its truth, in its capacity to illuminate some corner of existence and make it meaningful. The tale of Hamfast Gamgee and his mysterious egg is no less precious than the tales of ancient kings and legendary battles, for it speaks to the wonder that lies hidden in the ordinary, waiting to be discovered by those with eyes to see. Second, that stories connect us to one another across the gulfs of time and distance. When I hear a tale from the elder days, I am linked to those who lived in those times, sharing in their joys and sorrows, learning from their triumphs and failures. When I pass that tale on to another, I extend that connection forward, creating a chain of memory that stretches from the beginning of the world to its end. We are none of us alone, so long as we remember those who came before and are remembered by those who come after. Third, that the act of telling is itself a kind of magic. When we speak our stories aloud, we give them life. We make them real in a way that mere memory cannot achieve. The story that remains locked within a single mind may be lost forever, but the story that is shared becomes part of the fabric of the world, woven into the tapestry of existence where it can never be entirely unravelled. This is why I've spent my life collecting and recording, not for my own glory, but for the preservation of truths that deserve to endure. Fourth, and perhaps most important, that the greatest stories are those that teach us something about ourselves. When we hear of Belladonna Took and her encounter with the Guardian of the Shire, we're invited to consider our own relationship to the land we call home and the purposes we are meant to serve. When we hear of Miriel the Storykeeper and her Watch of Remembrance, we are challenged to think about what we ourselves are doing to preserve the memories of those we love. The stories are mirrors, reflecting back to us images of who we are and who we might become. I am old now, and my time of gathering is nearly at an end. But I'm content, for I have done what I set out to do. I've preserved a small portion of the wisdom of the ages, and I've passed it on to those who will carry it forward into times I will never see. This is enough. This is more than enough. This is everything. Aldegrim Took died peacefully in his sleep, on a night when the stars shone bright over the Shire, and the wind carried the scent of growing things from the fields below. His great book of Chronicles passed to his grandson Tobold, who added to it in his turn and passed it to his own children, and so on down through the generations until it became one of the treasures of the Took family, kept safe in the great smiles of Tuckborough, where curious hobbits could come and read its pages and wonder at the tales it contained. And sometimes, on quiet evenings when the fire burned low and the world outside was hushed with the peace of approaching sleep, a voice would begin to read from those ancient pages, carrying listeners away to lands of wonder and times of legend, until their eyes grew heavy and their breathing deepened, and they drifted off into dreams filled with silvered leaves and shimmering creatures, and all the marvels that Aldegrim Took had gathered in his long and remarkable life. The Chronicles of Aldegrim Took did not end with his passing, for the tradition he had established took root in the soil of the Shire and grew like one of those hardy plants that flourish despite all odds. His descendants continued his work, adding their own tales to the great book and sharing them with all who wished to hear. And in time, the practice of storytelling on long winter nights became so ingrained in Hobbit culture that it seemed it had always been there, as natural and necessary as eating and sleeping and tending one's garden. But there was one final tale that deserves to be told, a tale that was added to the Chronicles many years after Aldegrim's death by his great-great-granddaughter Eglantine, who would later become the mother of Peregrine Took, one of the famous hobbits who helped to bring down the Dark Lord in the War of the Ring. Eglantine was herself a collector of stories, having inherited her ancestors' curiosity and his gift for listening, and the tale she recorded was one that she claimed had come to her in a dream on the night of the summer solstice, the longest day of the year. In her dream, Eglantine found herself standing in a great hall, vaster than any building she had ever seen in her waking life. The walls stretched upward beyond the reach of sight, and the floor beneath her feet was polished to a mirror brightness that reflected the countless candles burning in sconces along the walls. At the far end of the hall, upon a dais of white stone, sat a figure robed in light, whose face she could not clearly see, but whose presence filled her with a peace beyond anything she'd ever known. "Welcome, daughter of the Shire," the figure said, and its voice was like music and like the rustle of leaves and like the gentle lapping of water against a shore. "You've been brought here to receive a gift, a story that has never been told in Middle-earth, a story from before the making of the world." Eglantine wanted to speak, to ask who the figure was and why she had been chosen for this honour, but she found that in this place questions were unnecessary. Understanding flowed into her mind like water filling a cup, and she knew without being told that she was in the presence of one of the great powers who had sung the world into being at the dawn of time. "Listen," the figure said, "and remember, and when you wake, write down what you have heard so that it may become part of the heritage of your people." And then the figure began to speak, and Eglantine listened, and this is the story that was told. Before there was light, before there was darkness, before there was anything that could be named or measured or understood, there was only the One, and the One was all that existed. But the One was not content to exist alone, for what is existence without someone to share it with? And so the One imagined others, beings of thought and power who could participate in the great work of creation, who could bring forth wonders from the void and delight in the making of beautiful things. These were the Ainur, the Holy Ones, and they were the first children of the One's thought. Each was given a portion of the One's own nature, a fragment of the infinite creativity that was the essence of divine being. And when they were all assembled, the One taught them to sing, for music was the language of creation, the means by which thought could become reality, and imagination could take on form and substance. The first song of the Ainur was a song of pure being, of existence celebrated for its own sake. It had no words, for words had not yet been invented, but it contained within its melodies all the potential of everything that would ever be. The Ainur sang, and in their singing they glimpsed the world that would one day arise from their harmonies, a world of mountains and seas, of forests and fields, of creatures great and small who would walk upon its surface and swim in its waters and fly through its skies. But before that world could be made manifest, the One called the Ainur together and showed them something new. "Behold," the One said, "the children who will dwell in the world you have imagined. They are not of your making but of mine alone, and they will be dear to me beyond all other things. You will prepare a home for them, and you will watch over them, and you will learn from them even as they learn from you." And the Ainur saw in that moment the vision of the children, the elves who would be first to wake and the men who would follow, and beyond them other kindreds, some great and some small, each with their own gifts and their own purposes. They saw the hobbits, small and unassuming, with their love of peace and plenty and their unexpected depths of courage. And they saw that these little folk, for all their apparent insignificance, would play a part in the great story of the world that none could have anticipated. One of the Ainur, she who was called Nienna, and who understood sorrow better than any of her kindred, looked upon the hobbits and felt a special love for them. She saw how they would be overlooked by the great and powerful, dismissed as unimportant by those who measured worth in terms of strength and dominion, and she vowed that she would watch over them with particular care, weeping for their sorrows and rejoicing in their joys, ensuring that they would never be truly forgotten in the councils of the wise. It was Nienna who whispered the secret of contentment into the hearts of the first hobbits, teaching them to find happiness in simple things and to resist the lure of ambition and power. It was Nienna who blessed their gardens with fertility and their homes with warmth, who guided their footsteps away from danger and their hearts toward kindness. And it was Nienna who ensured that when the great tests came, as they inevitably would, the hobbits would find within themselves a strength that none had suspected, a courage that would save not only themselves but all the peoples of Middle-earth. This is why, the figure on the dais said, your people have been blessed with peace and plenty, while others have struggled and suffered. This is why the shadow has never taken root in the Shire, though it has darkened lands both near and far. You are loved, little ones, loved beyond your knowing, watched over by powers that have guarded you since before the first sunrise. Never forget this, even in the darkest of times. Never doubt that you are precious in the sight of those who shaped the world. Eglantine woke from her dream with tears streaming down her face and a sense of wonder that would never entirely fade. She wrote down everything she could remember, every word and every image, and she added it to the great book of Chronicles that had been passed down through her family for generations. And when she told her children the story on quiet evenings by the fire, she always ended with the same words that the figure in her dream had spoken. "You are loved," she would say, looking into their bright, innocent eyes. "You're loved beyond your knowing. Never forget this." And so the Chronicles of the Shire come to a close, not with an ending but with a promise, not with a farewell but with an assurance. The tales that Aldegrim took gathered in his long life, the stories that his descendants added in the years that followed, are more than mere entertainment. They are reminders of who the hobbits are and where they came from, of the powers that watch over them and the purposes they are meant to serve. And on nights like this, when the stars shine bright over the green hills and the wind whispers secrets through the leaves of the party tree, the old stories stir in the hearts of all who remember them. They speak of wonder and courage, of love and loss, of the small acts of kindness that hold back the darkness and the quiet faithfulness that sustains the world. They speak of hobbits, those unlikely heroes who have always been more than they seemed and who will always be treasured by those who know how to see. So close your eyes now, weary traveller, and let the stories carry you into sleep. Let them wrap around you like the softest of blankets, warming your heart and easing your mind. Dream of green fields and cosy hobbit holes, of good food and better friends, of all the simple joys that make life worth living, and know that you too are part of the great story, a thread in the tapestry that stretches from the beginning of time to its end. Sleep now and dream of the Shire. Story 2. In the gentle embrace of twilight, when the stars begin their eternal vigil over the rolling hills of the Shire, there exists a peace unlike any other in all of Middle-earth. The round doors of hobbit holes glow with warm firelight, and the scent of pipeweed mingles with the fragrance of evening primrose that blooms along the winding lanes of Hobbiton. It is in such hours, when the world grows soft and dreams begin their quiet approach, that the oldest tales are whispered, passed from generation to generation, like treasured heirlooms wrapped in the velvet of memory. This chronicle begins in a time before the great adventures that would shake the foundations of the world, in an age when the shadow in the east was but a distant rumour and the Shire remained untouched by the troubles of the wider realm. In those peaceful days, the hobbits concerned themselves with the proper cultivation of vegetables, the brewing of excellent ales, and the telling of stories that stretch back through the mists of time to the very founding of their beloved homeland. Among the gentlefolk of Bywater there lived an elderly hobbit named Holman Greenhand, whose garden was the envy of all who beheld it. His roses bloomed in colours that seemed borrowed from the sunset itself, and his tomatoes grew so plump and red that folk travelled from as far as Tuckborough simply to marvel at them. But it was not merely his skill with growing things that made Holman remarkable. No, what set him apart from his neighbours was his possession of an ancient book, leather-bound and worn smooth by countless hands, which contained the collected wisdom of the Shire's earliest days. This book, known among the Greenhand family as the Chronicle of Roots and Rivers, had been passed down through 12 generations, each adding their own observations and tales to its yellowed pages. Holman himself had contributed several entries during his long years, recording the peculiar behaviour of the Brandywine during the flood of his youth, and documenting the appearance of an unusual blue flower that had bloomed for a single season in his grandmother's time before vanishing from the Shire entirely. On this particular evening, as autumn painted the leaves in shades of gold and amber, Holman sat in his favourite chair by the fire, the Chronicle open upon his lap. His great-nephew, a young hobbit named Tolman, who everyone called Tom, had come to visit as he often did when the harvest was complete and the nights grew long. Tom possessed an insatiable curiosity about the old ways and the old days, a trait that Holman found both endearing and promising in these modern times, when so many young hobbits seem more interested in fireworks and foreign news than in the proper traditions of their ancestors. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, sending dancing shadows across the walls of the cosy hobbit hole. Outside, the wind whispered through the branches of the great oak that stood sentinel over Holman's home, its leaves rustling with secrets of their own. Tom sat cross-legged on the rug before the fire, a mug of warm cider cradled in his hands, his eyes bright with anticipation as his great-uncle turned the pages of the ancient book. "Tell me about the beginning, Uncle," Tom said, his voice soft with wonder. "Tell me how the hobbits first came to the Shire." Holman smiled, the firelight deepening the creases around his eyes that spoke of many years filled with both laughter and contemplation. He settled more comfortably in his chair and began to speak in the measured tones of one who has told a tale many times, but never grown weary of it. In the days before memory was kept in books, he began, when stories lived only on the tongues of those who told them, our people wandered in lands far to the east of these hills. They were not called hobbits then, for names change with time as surely as rivers change their courses. They were simply the small folk, the quiet ones who preferred the company of growing things to the clamour of the larger races who strode across the world in those ancient days. The lands where they dwelt were fair enough, with meadows for grazing and streams for fishing and hills where one might dig a comfortable hole. But there was unrest in the east, a stirring of shadows that made the small folk uneasy in their bones. They knew little of the great wars and terrible powers that troubled the wider world, for such matters were beyond their concern. What they knew was simpler and more immediate. The rabbits had grown scarce, and the fish no longer leaped in the streams as they once had. The very earth seemed to hold its breath as though waiting for something dreadful to arrive. It was the Falahide branch of the small folk who first proposed the journey westward. They were bolder than their half-foot and store cousins, more willing to deal with the other peoples of Middle-earth, and several of their elders had heard rumours from travelling dwarves of green lands beyond the misty mountains, where the soil was rich and the skies were peaceful. A great debate arose among the families and clans, for hobbits have never been folk who embrace change willingly, but the signs of trouble continued to multiply, and at last it was decided that a great migration would be undertaken. Holman paused to take a sip from his own mug of cider, and Tom leaned forward, unwilling to let the story lapse even for a moment. The old hobbit smiled at his nephew's eagerness, and continued his tale. The journey was long and filled with hardships that our comfortable lives can scarcely imagine. The small folk travelled for many years, crossing great rivers and skirting the edges of forests where strange things dwelt. Some fell behind along the way, finding valleys or meadows where they chose to settle rather than continue the uncertain march westward. But the main body of travellers pressed on, drawn by a hope they could not quite name, a sense that somewhere ahead lay a home that would be truly theirs. When at last they came to the great river that would one day be called the Brandywine, they knew their journey was nearly complete. Beyond its banks stretched hills of such gentle beauty that many of the travellers wept to see them. The grass was green and thick, perfect for the growing of crops and the grazing of ponies. The earth was soft and welcoming, ideal for the digging of proper holes. And most importantly, there was a peace upon the land, a stillness that spoke of safety and plenty and long years of contentment to come. The small folk crossed the river, some by boat and some by bridge, and they spread out across the green hills that would become the Shire. They claimed their patches of land, each family according to its preferences. The Harfoots, who had always been the most numerous and the most attached to tunnelling, settled in the hillier regions where the earth rose in mounds perfect for burrowing. The Stores, who had grown fond of rivers during the long journey, established themselves along the Brandywine's banks and in the Marish, where the ground was soft and water was ever close at hand, and the Fallowhides, bold and adventurous as always, took the northern reaches where the woods grew thick and the hills rolled away toward distant lands. Tom listened with rapt attention, the cider in his mug growing cold as he forgot to drink it. Outside, the wind had quieted, and even the fire seemed to burn more softly, as though it too wished to hear the ancient tale. Holman turned a page in the Chronicle, and the rustle of the parchment was like the whisper of leaves in a sacred grove. But it was not enough simply to claim the land, Holman continued. The small folk who were beginning to call themselves hobbits now that they had a proper home needed to make peace with those who had dwelt in these hills before their coming. For the Shire was not empty when our ancestors arrived. There were older powers here, spirits of tree and stream and stone who had watched over the land since the world was young. And there was the king in Fornost, whose realm this had been, though his people had grown few and his kingdom had faded from its former glory. The hobbits, being a practical and peaceable folk, understood that the claiming of land means nothing if one cannot hold it in harmony with those already present. And so the eldest among them, a fallowhide of great wisdom named Marco, and his brother Blanco, who was equally respected among the clans, took it upon themselves to seek out the king in Fornost and petition for the right to settle these green and pleasant hills. The journey to Fornost was itself an adventure, for the northern kingdom of Arnor had grown strange and distant in those days, its towers half empty and its roads overgrown with wild grasses. Marco and Blanco travelled for many days, following paths that had once been broad highways, but had since faded to little more than deer tracks through the wilderness. They passed through forests where the trees grew ancient and gnarled, their branches reaching toward the sky like the arms of old men seeking to touch the stars. They crossed streams where the water ran cold and clear, tasting of mountain snow and distant glaciers that the hobbits could not even imagine. When at last they reached Fornost, they found a city that spoke of faded glory. The walls still stood tall and proud, but moss grew thick upon the stones, and many of the towers stood empty, their windows dark and their halls silent. The men who remained were kind enough, if weary, and they directed the two hobbits to the great hall where the king held court. King Argleb II sat upon a throne that seemed too large for this diminished kingdom he ruled. His crown was ancient and beautiful, worked with gems that caught the light from high windows, but there was a sadness in his eyes that spoke of long years of watching his realm diminish. Yet when Marco and Blanco approached and made their petition, a light kindled in the king's gaze that had not been there before. He listened carefully to their request, asking questions about the small folk's numbers and their ways, their skills and their intentions. The hobbits answered honestly, as was their nature, explaining that they sought only to farm the land and live in peace, to dig their holes and tend their gardens and raise their families far from the troubles of the wider world. When they had finished speaking, the king was silent for a long moment, and the hobbits feared that their petition would be denied. But then Argleb smiled, and it was a smile that transformed his careworn face into something approaching joy. He told Marco and Blanco that the lands they sought had long lain fallow, untended by his people who'd grown too few to work them properly. He said that it would gladden his heart to know that those green hills were being cared for, that crops were growing where weeds now flourished, and that hearth fires were burning where only cold winds now blew. In exchange for the right to settle the land, the king asked only three things of the hobbits. First, that they maintain the bridges and roads that crossed their territory, keeping them passable for travellers and the king's messengers. Second, that they acknowledge the king's authority and send representatives to his court when summoned. And third, that they take up arms in defence of the realm if ever that defence became necessary, though the king assured them that he hoped such a day would never come. Holman paused in his telling, and Tom saw that his great-uncle's eyes had grown distant, as though he were seeing not the cosy hobbit hole around them, but the great hall of Fornost itself, watching the ancient compact being made between his ancestors and the vanished king. Marco and Blanco agreed to these terms, the old hobbit continued, and so the Shire was granted to our people in the year that we now reckon as year 1. It was a momentous occasion, though I suspect the hobbits of that day did not fully understand how significant it would prove to be. They were simply glad to have official sanction for what they had already begun to do, which was to make these hills their home. But the king's blessing, important as it was, addressed only one of the challenges facing our ancestors. There remained the matter of the older powers, the spirits and presences that dwelt in the land long before men or hobbits came to it. These beings were not evil, not in the sense that the shadows in the east were evil, but they were strange and unpredictable, and they did not always look kindly upon newcomers. Tom shifted on his rug, pulling a blanket around his shoulders as a slight chill crept through the room. The fire had burned lower now, casting a gentler light that seemed to wrap around them like a warm embrace. Outside, an owl called softly in the darkness, its voice a distant melody that wove itself into the fabric of the tale. The oldest of these powers, Holman said, were the spirits of the trees. In the forest that bordered the Shire, particularly in the old forest to the east, there dwelt beings who had watched the rise and fall of countless generations. They remembered a time before the sun and moon had taken their current courses across the sky, when the world was lit by the light of great lamps that have long since been destroyed. These tree spirits did not speak as we speak, but they communicated in rustles and creaks, in the fall of leaves and the patterns of bark, in dreams that crept into the minds of those who slept beneath their branches. The hobbits, being sensible folk, did not attempt to enter the old forest or disturb its ancient inhabitants. They skirted its edges, established a hedge to mark the boundary between the settled lands and the wild ones, and taught their children to respect the woods and all that dwelt within them. In time, an understanding developed between the hobbits and the tree spirits. Not friendship exactly, but a mutual recognition that each would leave the other in peace. There were other presences too, spirits of the streams and springs that bubbled up from deep within the earth. These were generally friendlier than the tree spirits, delighting in the sound of laughter and the songs that hobbits sang as they went about their work. The hobbits learned to leave offerings at the springs, small tokens of gratitude like flowers or polished stones, and in return the water remained sweet and clear, nourishing their crops and quenching their thirst through even the driest summers. But perhaps the most important reconciliation was with the spirits of the hills themselves. These ancient presences had slumbered beneath the earth since the shaping of the world, dreaming slow dreams of stone and soil. When the hobbits began to dig their holes, burrowing into the hillsides to create their cosy homes, these spirits stirred and took notice. It might have gone badly, Holman said, his voice dropping to barely more than a whisper. The hill spirits might have seen our digging as a violation, an injury to their sleeping forms, but something about the hobbits appealed to them. Perhaps it was our gentleness, the care we took to work with the earth rather than against it. Perhaps it was the love we showed for growing things, the way we planted gardens and tended fields and made the land more beautiful rather than less. Or perhaps the hill spirits simply recognized kindred souls, for we hobbits have always been creatures of the earth, happiest when our feet are on solid ground and our hands are deep in good brown soil. Whatever the reason, the hill spirits accepted our presence. They made our burrows warm in winter and cool in summer. They kept the roots of our homes strong and the walls stable. In return, we learned to listen to the land, to understand when a hill wanted to be left alone and when it welcomed our attention. This understanding became so natural over the generations that most hobbits today do not even realize they possess it. It is simply part of who we are, written into our very bones. Tom found his eyes growing heavy as his great-uncle's voice washed over him like a gentle tide. The warmth of the fire, the softness of the blanket, and the ancient rhythms of the tale conspired to draw him toward the borders of sleep. Yet he fought to remain awake, unwilling to miss even a word of the Chronicle. Holman noticed his nephew's drooping eyelids, and smiled with the tender understanding of one who has watched many young hobbits drift towards sleep while listening to the old tales. He did not pause in his telling, for he knew that the rhythm of the story was itself a kind of lullaby, carrying Tom gently toward dreams even as it filled his mind with images of ancient days. The first years in the Shire were not easy, the old hobbit continued, his voice settling into an even softer cadence. Our ancestors had to learn the ways of a new land, discovering which crops grew best in which soil, which streams were reliable through all seasons, and which paths were safe for travel in all weathers. They made mistakes, as all newcomers do, planting barley where oats would have thrived and digging holes in hillsides that proved too wet for comfortable living. But hobbits are nothing if not adaptable, and they learned from each failure, passing their hard-won wisdom on to their children and grandchildren. The Chronicle speaks of a hobbit named Largo Hornblower, who was among the first to truly understand the rhythms of the Shire's seasons. He was a Harfoot by lineage, small even by Hobbit standards, with hands that seemed to know instinctively what the soil needed. Largo spent years wandering the length and breadth of the newly claimed lands, tasting the earth in different regions, observing the patterns of rainfall and sunshine, noting which plants grew wild and which struggled to survive. From his observations, Largo compiled a guide to farming in the Shire that became the foundation of all agricultural knowledge that followed. He identified the rich loam of the West Farthing as ideal for pipeweed, a discovery that would prove enormously significant in later years when the smoking of pipeweed became one of the Shire's most beloved customs. He recognised that the lower fields of the East Farthing, where morning mists lingered late into the day, were perfect for mushrooms, those delicacies that hobbits prize above almost all other foods, and he determined that the rolling hills of the North Farthing, with their thin soil and abundant sunshine, were best suited for orchards of apple and pear. But Largo's greatest contribution was not merely practical. He understood that farming is as much an art as a science, that the relationship between a hobbit and the land must be one of partnership rather than domination. He taught that the soil is alive, filled with countless tiny creatures that work tirelessly to break down leaves and stems into nourishment for growing things. He explained that a field must be allowed to rest, left fallow for a season now and then so that it might recover its strength. And he insisted that every harvest must be followed by a return, that for every vegetable taken from the earth, something must be given back, whether it be compost or ash or simply gratitude spoken aloud to the listening hills. These teachings became the foundation of the Shire's prosperity. Generation after generation followed Largo's principles, refining them and adding to them as new discoveries were made. The result was a land of abundance, where hunger was virtually unknown and every table groaned with the produce of well-tended fields and gardens. Holman turned another page in the Chronicle, and the candlelight caught the faded ink of an illustration, a simple drawing of a hobbit hole with smoke curling from its chimney and flowers blooming in neat rows before its round green door. Tom's eyes had closed now, but the old hobbit continued speaking, knowing that the tale would weave itself into his nephew's dreams. In those early years, he said, the hobbits also established the customs and traditions that would define their society for all the years to come. They divided the Shire into 4 farthings, each with its own character and customs, yet all united under a common identity. They established the office of the Taern, a leader chosen from among the most respected families to serve as the voice of the hobbits in dealings with the outside world. And they created the Sheer Moot, a gathering where important matters could be discussed and decided by the common consent of all. But perhaps more importantly, they established the gentle rhythms of daily life that make the Shire such a peaceful place. They determined that 6 meals a day was the proper number for a hobbit, each with its own character and purpose. Breakfast to greet the morning with energy and hope. Second breakfast to sustain the spirit through the long hours until elevenses. Elevenses as a moment of rest and refreshment when the sun stood high. Luncheon as the main meal of the midday, hearty and filling. Afternoon tea as a time for visiting neighbours and sharing news. Supper to close the working day with satisfaction. And dinner, for those fortunate enough to enjoy it, as a celebration of abundance and companionship. They established the tradition of the birthday gift, whereby a hobbit celebrating their birthday gives presents to others rather than receiving them. This custom, which seems backwards to the other peoples of Middle-earth, speaks to the generous spirit that defines our folk. It reminds us that the true joy of any celebration lies not in what we receive, but in what we share with those we love. They codified the rules of hospitality that make every hobbit hole a refuge for travellers and friends alike. No guest should leave hungry, they declared. No visitor should be turned away without at least an offer of tea and a comfortable chair. The door of a hobbit's home should always be ready to open in welcome, and the fire should always be laid up for lighting at a moment's notice. And they established the tradition of storytelling itself, recognising that the tales of the past are the foundation upon which the present is built. Every hobbit hole, no matter how humble, was expected to be a repository of stories, passed down from parent to child through the long generations. These stories might be grand and sweeping, tales of the migration from the east and the founding of the Shire, or they might be small and personal, accounts of a great-grandmother's skill at baking or a grandfather's talent for growing prize-winning turnips. What mattered was not the scale of the tale but the telling of it, the way it connected each generation to those that came before and those that would follow. The fire had burned down to embers now, casting a warm red glow across the room. Tom's breathing had deepened into the steady rhythm of sleep, and Holman lowered his voice to barely more than a whisper, the words becoming a gentle murmur that accompanied his nephew's dreams without disturbing them. "There is a saying among our people," the old hobbit continued, "that the Shire exists because hobbits dreamed it into being. This is not literally true, of course, for the hills were here long before our ancestors crossed the Brandywine, and the streams flowed through their courses before any hobbit set foot upon these lands. But there is a deeper truth in the saying, a recognition that the Shire as we know it is as much a creation of hobbit hearts and minds as it is a geographical location. For what makes the Shire special is not merely its fertile soil or its gentle climate. Many lands in Middle-earth possess such blessings. What makes it special is the love that hobbits have poured into it over countless generations, the care they have lavished upon every field and garden, every hedge and tree. The Shire is beautiful because hobbits have made it beautiful, not through grand works of engineering or mighty feats of construction, but through countless small acts of attention and devotion. When a hobbit plants a rosebush by her door, she is adding to the beauty of the Shire. When a farmer carefully turns the soil in his field, he is nurturing the land that nurtures him. When a mother tells her children the stories of the old days, she is weaving the past into the present, ensuring that the wisdom of the ancestors will guide the generations yet to come. Each of these acts is small in itself, almost invisible against the grand sweep of history, but taken together, they are what make the Shire what it is, a haven of peace and plenty in a world too often troubled by darkness and strife. Holman closed the Chronicle gently, his old fingers smoothing the leather cover with affection. He sat for a long moment, watching the embers pulse with their fading warmth, listening to the soft breathing of his nephew and the distant whisper of the wind in the oak tree outside. Then he rose quietly, draping a second blanket over Tom's sleeping form, and moved to add another log to the fire so that the room would remain warm through the long night ahead. The night deepened around the little hobbit hole, wrapping it in a blanket of stars and silence. In the garden outside, the autumn flowers had closed their petals against the cool air, and the last of the summer's fireflies had long since retired to their hidden places among the hedgerows. The world seemed to hold its breath, suspended in that magical hour when the boundary between waking and dreaming grows thin as gossamer. Holman had settled back into his chair, though he did not immediately return to sleep. Instead, he found himself thinking of his own youth, of the nights when he had sat at the feet of his grandmother and listened to her tell these very same tales. She had been a remarkable hobbit, his grandmother, with hair the colour of autumn wheat and hands that could coax the most reluctant seeds into bloom. She had lived to the extraordinary age of 103, and in all those years she had never tired of tending her garden or telling her stories. It was she who had first shown Holman the Chronicle of Roots and Rivers, opening its ancient pages with a reverence that bordered on the sacred. She had explained that the book was more than a mere collection of tales, that it was a living record of everything the Greenhand family had learned about the land and the ways of growing things. Each generation added to it, she'd said, and each generation drew from it, and so the wisdom of the past flowed into the present, like water from an endless spring. Holman had taken that responsibility seriously throughout his long life. He'd added his own observations and experiences to the Chronicle, documenting the peculiar frost that had killed the apple blossoms in his 30th year and the unexpected bounty that had followed a summer of perfect rains in his 60th. He'd recorded the techniques he had developed for growing roses of unusual colours and the methods he had learned for keeping his tomatoes free of blight. And he had written down the stories he had heard, ensuring that they would not be lost when the voices that had told them fell silent. Now, as he sat in the warmth of his hobbit hole with his nephew sleeping peacefully before the fire, Holman felt the weight of years pressing gently upon his shoulders. He was not melancholy, for hobbits seldom are, but he was aware that the time was approaching when he would need to pass the Chronicle on to the next generation. Tom, with his eager curiosity and his genuine love for the old ways, seemed the natural choice to receive this inheritance. But that was a matter for another day. Tonight was for stories, even if the only ears to hear them were those of a sleeping nephew in the ancient walls of the hobbit hole itself. Holman opened the Chronicle once more, turning to a section he'd not visited in many years, a collection of tales about the creatures that shared the Shire with its Hobbit inhabitants. The first hobbits to settle in these hills, he murmured softly, discovered that they were not alone in their appreciation of the land's beauty. Many creatures had made their homes here long before our ancestors arrived, and many more would come in the years that followed, drawn by the peace and plenty that the Shire offered. The hobbits learned to live alongside these creatures, respecting their needs and their ways, and in return the creatures became part of the fabric of Shire life. Among the most beloved of these creatures were the rabbits, those soft-furred folk who shared the hobbits' love of comfortable burrows and abundant gardens. The relationship between hobbits and rabbits was complicated, for rabbits had an unfortunate tendency to view hobbit vegetable patches as their personal larders. Many a hobbit farmer had shaken his fist at the retreating forms of rabbits who had helped themselves to his carrots and cabbages. Yet there was also a deep affection between the two peoples, a recognition of kindred spirits who valued similar things. The chronicle tells of a hobbit named Bungo Burrows, who developed a unique understanding with the rabbits of his neighbourhood. Rather than fighting a constant battle to keep them out of his garden, Bungo took a different approach. He planted a second garden, smaller than his main plot, and dedicated it entirely to the rabbits. Here they could nibble to their heart's content, leaving his primary vegetables in peace. In return for this generosity, the rabbits seemed to appoint themselves guardians of Bungo's property, driving away the larger pests that might otherwise have caused far more damage than a few missing carrots. This arrangement became known as a rabbit's bargain, and many hobbits adopted it in the years that followed. To this day, you can find small patches of vegetables growing at the edges of hobbit gardens, left untended and available to any rabbit who happens by. It is a small thing, easily overlooked by those who do not know its history, but it speaks to the hobbit philosophy of living in harmony with the world rather than trying to dominate it. The fire had settled into a steady glow now, its warmth filling the room with a comfortable drowsiness. Tom stirred slightly in his sleep, a small smile crossing his face as though pleasant dreams were visiting his rest. Holman paused in his reading, watching his nephew with quiet affection before continuing his murmured recitation. Then there were the birds, he said, those winged messengers who filled the Shire's skies with song and colour. The hobbits developed a particular fondness for the robins, those cheerful little creatures with their russet breasts and their bold, inquisitive manner. It was said that robins had helped the first hobbits find the sweetest springs and the most fertile fields, leading them through the new land with their melodious calls. Whether or not this was literally true, the hobbits chose to believe it, and robins were always welcome in hobbit gardens, never shooed away or treated as pests. The wrens, too, held a special place in hobbit affection. These tiny birds, so small they could fit in a hobbit child's palm, were believed to bring good luck to any household where they chose to nest. Many hobbit holes had small openings left in their eaves specifically to welcome wrens, and the chirping of wren chicks in the spring was considered a blessing upon the home. But perhaps the most mysterious of the Shire's feathered inhabitants were the owls. These nocturnal hunters were rarely seen but often heard, their calls echoing across the hills on moonlit nights. The hobbits regarded them with a mixture of respect and wariness, for owls were creatures of the darkness, their great eyes seeing things that hobbit eyes could not perceive. Some said that owls carried messages between the living and those who had passed beyond the circles of the world, that their hooting was actually the voices of ancestors speaking across the gulf of death. Holman did not entirely believe this superstition, but he could not entirely dismiss it either. He had heard owls calling on the night his grandmother died, their voices rising and falling in what seemed almost like a song of greeting, and he had heard them again when his father followed her into the next world, their hoots marking the passage of another soul from the Shire into whatever mystery lay beyond. The chronicle contained many such tales, stories of the creatures who shared the hobbits' world and the relationships that had developed between them over the long generations. There were accounts of foxes who had been tamed, after a fashion, serving as companions to eccentric hobbits who preferred their company to that of dogs. There were descriptions of the great fish that dwelt in the Brandywine, some grown so old and large that they had acquired names and personalities in the minds of the hobbits who fished those waters. There were even whispered hints of stranger creatures, beings that belonged more to legend than to natural history, glimpsed only in the deepest woods or on the darkest nights. One such creature was the Night Wanderer, a presence that some hobbits claimed to have encountered in the hours between midnight and dawn. It was never clearly seen, this wanderer, for it moved at the edges of perception, a shadow among shadows, a rustle in the leaves that was not quite wind. Those who encountered it spoke of a feeling rather than a sight, a sense of being watched by something ancient and patient, something that had known the Shire before the hobbits came and would know it long after they were gone. The tales disagreed about the nature of this being. Some said it was a spirit of the land itself, a manifestation of the hills and streams and ancient trees. Others claimed it was a memory-given form, the echo of some long-ago event that had imprinted itself so deeply upon the Shire that it could never entirely fade. Still others whispered that it was a guardian of sorts, a protector who walked the borders of the Hobbit lands, keeping watch against dangers that the hobbits themselves could not perceive. Whatever the truth of the Night Wanderer might be, the hobbits had learned to accept its presence as simply another part of life in the Shire. They did not seek it out, for that would have been foolish, but neither did they fear it unduly. If the Wanderer was indeed a guardian, then its watching was a comfort rather than a threat, and if it was something stranger, something beyond hobbit understanding, then it was best left to its own mysteries while the hobbits attended to theirs. Holman's voice had grown softer still, barely more than a breath in the quiet room. The embers in the fireplace pulsed with a gentle rhythm, like the heartbeat of the hobbit hole itself. Outside, the stars wheeled slowly across the sky, tracing their eternal patterns while the world below slumbered in peace. There is another tale in the Chronicle, the old hobbit continued, one that speaks of the founding of Hobbiton itself. This village, which has become the heart of the Shire over the long years, was not always the bustling centre of hobbit life that it is today. In the early days of the settlement, it was merely one cluster of holes among many, unremarkable save for the particularly pleasant hill that rose at its centre. This hill, which would later be known simply as the Hill and would become home to the most famous hobbit holes in all the Shire, was first claimed by a hobbit named Odo Proudfoot. Odo was not a Proudfoot by birth, but by nature, for he walked with a distinctive strutting gait that his neighbours found simultaneously amusing and endearing. He had earned his surname through years of cheerful pride in everything he did, from the brewing of his ale to the cultivation of his vegetables to the digging of his hole. When Odo first set eyes upon the hill, he knew immediately that he'd found the perfect spot for his home. The soil was rich and dark, promising excellent gardens. The slope faced south, ensuring plenty of sunshine throughout the day, and the view from the top was magnificent, encompassing the rolling countryside in all directions, with the Brandywine glinting in the distance like a ribbon of silver. But Odo was not content merely to dig a hole for himself. He had a vision, grander than most hobbits would have entertained, of creating a community around this perfect hill. He invited other hobbits to join him, offering to help them dig their own holes in exchange for their companionship and cooperation, and many accepted, drawn by Odo's enthusiasm and by the undeniable beauty of the location. Together, these early settlers transformed the hill and its surroundings into the nucleus of what would become Hobbiton. They dug holes of various sizes, from modest single-room dwellings to more elaborate warrens with multiple chambers and corridors. They planted gardens that terraced down the hillside, creating a cascade of flowers and vegetables that was beautiful to behold. And they established the first of the village's institutions, including the Green Dragon Inn, which would become famous throughout the Shire for its excellent ale and its welcoming atmosphere. Holman paused, his eyes growing distant as he contemplated the passage of years. He had lived his entire life within a stone's throw of the hill, had watched countless seasons paint its slopes in ever-changing colours. He knew every path that wound up its sides, every tree that grew upon its crown, every family that had made their home within its embrace. The Chronicle records that Odo Proudfoot lived to see Hobbiton become the thriving village he had envisioned. He passed away peacefully in his sleep at the age of 96, surrounded by his children and grandchildren and the grateful neighbours who had helped him build their shared home. His hole, the first to be dug in the hill, was eventually expanded and improved by subsequent generations, until it became the magnificent dwelling known as Bag End, the finest hobbit hole in all the Shire. But that is a tale for another time, Holman murmured, for the history of Bag End is long and complex, filled with famous names and remarkable deeds. Tonight, we concern ourselves with humbler stories, tales of ordinary hobbits who lived their lives in quiet contentment, never suspecting that their everyday actions were building the foundation of something extraordinary. The fire had burned so low now that only a few coals remained, glowing like the eyes of some patient creature waiting in the darkness. Holman rose quietly and added another log, coaxing the flames back to life with practiced skill. The new fire cast dancing shadows across the walls, and for a moment the old hobbit fancied he could see figures moving in those shadows, the ghosts of all the hobbits who had sat before this very hearth through the long generations. One such tale, he continued, settling back into his chair, concerns a hobbit woman named Petunia Goodbody, who lived in Hobbiton in the years when the village was still young. Petunia was known throughout the community for her extraordinary skill at baking, particularly her seed cakes, which were so delicious that hobbits came from miles around just to taste them. But Petunia's true gift was not merely her baking, it was her ability to sense what people needed, to provide comfort in the form of food precisely when it was most required. If a neighbour had suffered a loss, Petunia would appear at their door with a basket of fresh-baked goods before word of the tragedy had even spread. If a young couple was struggling with the challenges of new parenthood, they would find a pie cooling on their windowsill left by Petunia while they slept. She seemed to know, without being told, when her skills were needed most. Some said Petunia had the gift of foresight, that she could see troubles coming before they arrived. Others claimed she simply paid close attention to her neighbours, reading the signs of distress in their faces and their habits. Still others whispered that she'd made a bargain with the spirits of the hearth, trading some unknown price for the ability to bring comfort to those in need. Whatever the source of her gift, Petunia used it generously throughout of her long life. She trained her daughters and granddaughters in the art of baking, passing along not just recipes but also the philosophy that food was a form of love, that every loaf of bread and every pastry was an opportunity to express care for others. This tradition continued through the generations, and to this day the Goodbody family is known for producing the finest bakers in the Shire. Tom shifted in his sleep, murmuring something unintelligible before settling back into stillness. Holman watched him for a moment, noting the peaceful expression on his young face. The tales were doing their work, weaving themselves into his dreams, planting seeds of memory and tradition that would grow and flourish in the years to come. The Chronicle also speaks of the seasons, Holman said, his voice dropping even lower. For the hobbits quickly learned that the Shire was a land of distinct and reliable rhythms, each season bringing its own tasks and pleasures. Spring was the time of planting, when the earth awakened from its winter slumber and the air filled with the scent of turned soil and new growth. Summer brought the long days of tending and watching, of weeding gardens and mending fences and waiting for the crops to ripen. Autumn was the harvest, the busiest time of the year when every hand was needed to gather the bounty before the first frosts arrived. And winter was the season of rest and reflection, when hobbits retreated to their cosy holes and spent the short days telling stories and mending tools and preparing for the cycle to begin again. Each season had its own festivals and traditions, celebrations that marked the turning of the year and brought the community together in shared joy. In spring there was the Festival of First Flowers, when hobbits adorned their doors with garlands of blossoms and shared meals of the season's earliest vegetables. In summer, the Midsummer Fair drew hobbits from all across the Shire for games and competitions and the crowning of the fair king and queen. Autumn brought the Harvest Festival, the grandest celebration of the year, when tables groaned with the abundance of the fields and dancing lasted until dawn. And winter had its own quieter pleasures, including the Yule celebrations that transformed even the darkest nights into occasions for warmth and fellowship. These festivals were more than mere entertainment, Holman continued, his voice carrying the gentle cadence of a lullaby. They were the threads that wove the community together, the shared experiences that reminded each hobbit that they were part of something larger than themselves. A hobbit might spend most of the year focused on the concerns of their own family and farm, but during the festivals they remembered that they belonged to a great extended family that stretched across the Shire and back through time to the very first settlers. The Chronicle contains detailed descriptions of these celebrations as they were observed in the earliest days, and it is remarkable how little they have changed over the centuries. The songs that were sung at the Festival of First Flowers are largely the same songs we sing today, passed down through countless generations with only small variations. The games played at the Midsummer Fair, the throwing of horseshoes and the racing of ponies and the contests of strength and skill would be immediately recognisable to the hobbits of antiquity. and the great feast of the Harvest Festival, with its roasted meats and fresh-baked breads and pies of every description, differs from its ancient predecessor only in the addition of new recipes discovered over the years. This continuity is no accident. The hobbits understood from the very beginning that traditions are the scaffolding upon which a community is built. Change them too quickly or too carelessly, and the whole structure may collapse. Preserve them with care, and they provide stability and meaning across the generations. So while the hobbits were never averse to improvement and innovation, they approached their traditions with respect, altering them only gradually, and only when the changes clearly served the common good. Holman turned another page in the Chronicle, his fingers tracing the faded lines of text with familiar affection. The candle beside his chair had burned low, its flame wavering gently in the still air. He would need to replace it soon, but not yet. There was still more to tell, still more of the old wisdom to share with the dreaming ears of his nephew. Beyond the festivals, he said, the hobbits developed countless smaller customs that governed the rhythms of daily life. There were proper ways to greet a neighbour on the road, proper times to pay a visit, proper gifts to bring when calling on a new mother or a grieving family. These customs might seem trivial to outsiders, mere social niceties with no deeper significance. But the hobbits understood that such small courtesies were the mortar that held society together, the constant reminders that each hobbit was seen and valued by their community. One such custom was the tradition of the walking stick. When a young hobbit came of age, typically on their 33rd birthday, they were presented with a walking stick carved by their father or mother. This stick was more than a practical tool for navigating the Shire's many paths. It was a symbol of independence and adulthood, a tangible reminder that the young hobbit was now responsible for their own journey through life. The carving of a walking stick was a serious undertaking, begun months or even years before the actual presentation. The parent would select the wood with great care, usually from a tree that had special significance to the family. They would shape and smooth and carve it during their spare hours, often adding decorative elements that reflected the young hobbit's personality or interests. A hobbit who loved flowers might receive a stick carved with trailing vines. One who was particularly fond of fishing might find a fish leaping up the length of their stick. And one who showed unusual curiosity about the wider world might discover maps and stars worked into the wood. The presentation ceremony was a significant event in the life of both the giver and the receiver. It typically took place at a family gathering, with relatives and close friends in attendance. The parent would speak words of blessing and advice, passing on whatever wisdom they felt their child most needed to hear. And then the stick would be handed over, and the young hobbit would take their first steps as an adult, their new walking stick supporting them on the journey ahead. Tom's breathing had grown so soft and regular that Holman could barely hear it above the crackling of the fire. The old hobbit smiled, remembering the walking stick he himself had received so many decades ago. It still stood in the corner by the door, worn smooth by years of use, its carvings faded but still visible to those who knew to look for them. His mother had decorated it with flowers and leaves, knowing even then that her son's heart belonged to the garden. The Chronicle also preserves, Holman continued, recipes and remedies that have been passed down through the generations. These are practical knowledge, the accumulated wisdom of countless hobbits who observed the world around them and learned what worked. Here are instructions for treating coughs and fevers, for mending broken bones and soothing troubled minds. Here are formulas for the preservation of vegetables through the long winter months, for the brewing of ales and the baking of breads that will remain fresh and flavourful for weeks on end. But interspersed with this practical wisdom are stranger entries, accounts of remedies that border on the magical. There is a tea, for instance, said to be brewed from flowers that bloom only on Midsummer's Eve, that can ease the pain of even the most grievous heartbreak. There is a poultice made from moss gathered under the light of the full moon that is claimed to heal wounds that will not respond to ordinary treatment. And there is a soup, the recipe for which is maddeningly vague, that is supposed to restore vigour to the aged and strength to the weakened. Whether these remedies actually work is a matter of some debate among Hobbit scholars. Some dismiss them as mere superstition, remnants of a more credulous age when people believed in things that could not be proven. Others insist that they are genuine, that the magic of Middle-earth can be found even in such humble things as flowers and moss and soup. Most hobbits, being practical folk, take a middle position. They do not rely on such remedies when ordinary medicine will serve, but they do not dismiss them entirely either. After all, the world is full of wonders that cannot be explained, and it seems unwise to reject something simply because it cannot be understood. Holman himself had attempted one of these remedies once, many years ago. His wife, the dear companion of his heart who had passed beyond the circles of the world some 20 winters past, had suffered from a recurring malady that no ordinary treatment could cure. In desperation, Holman had gathered the ingredients for one of the stranger recipes in the Chronicle, a tonic said to restore balance to the body's humours. To his amazement, the tonic had worked. His wife's symptoms had faded within days, and she had enjoyed many more years of health before other ailments finally claimed her. Whether this was due to the remedy itself or to some other factor, Holman could never say for certain. But he had written a note beside the recipe, confirming that he had tried it and found it effective, adding his own testimony to those of his ancestors who'd done the same. The fire had settled into a steady, comfortable burn, and the new log was now wrapped in flames that danced like revellers at a festival. Outside, the night had reached its deepest point, that still and silent hour when even the owls have fallen quiet and the world seems suspended between one day and the next. It was in such hours that the barriers between past and present grew thin, when the stories of the ancestors seemed almost to come alive in the telling. "Let me tell you now," Holman whispered, "of the most ancient tale preserved in this chronicle, a story that reaches back to times so distant that even the long memory of hobbits can barely grasp them. This is the tale of the first garden, the original plot of cultivated earth from which all hobbit agriculture is said to descend. According to the old stories, the first garden was not planted by hobbit hands at all. It was a gift from the earth itself, a spontaneous flowering of vegetables and fruits and grains that appeared one morning in the midst of the wandering small folk's long migration. They had been travelling for many weary years by then, and their supplies were nearly exhausted. They had begun to despair of ever finding a permanent home, of ever escaping the troubles that had driven them from their original lands. And then, on a morning much like any other, they awakened to find a garden growing where no garden had been the night before. The vegetables were ripe and ready for harvest, though no one had planted or tended them. The fruits hung heavy on branches that had not existed the day before. And in the centre of this miraculous garden stood a single tree, unlike any the small folk had ever seen, its trunk twisted with age, though it could not have been more than a night old, its leaves shimmering with a light that seemed to come from within rather than from the sun above. The wanderers approached this wonder with caution, for they had learned through hard experience that gifts which seem too good to be true often are. But as they drew nearer, a feeling of peace settled over them, a warmth that had nothing to do with the temperature of the air. It was as though the garden was welcoming them, inviting them to partake of its bounty without fear or reservation. The eldest among them, a wise hobbit woman whose name has been lost to time, was the first to step into the garden. She walked slowly among the rows of vegetables, touching them gently, marvelling at their perfection. She plucked a single tomato from its vine and bit into it, and the taste was so pure, so exactly what a tomato should be, that tears streamed down her weathered cheeks. "It is safe," she told her people, "more than safe. This is a blessing, a gift from powers greater than ourselves. We must accept it with gratitude and remember it always." And so the wanderers feasted that day, filling their bellies for the first time in many months. They gathered seeds from every plant in the garden, preserving them carefully for the journey ahead. And before they departed, they performed a ceremony of thanksgiving, offering their gratitude to whatever force had provided this miraculous sustenance. The Chronicle claims that these seeds, carried across countless leagues by the migrating hobbits, were the ancestors of all the vegetables that now grow in Shire gardens. Whether this is literally true or merely a beautiful legend is impossible to say, but there is no denying that hobbit vegetables possess a special quality, a depth of flavour, and a vitality that sets them apart from the produce of other lands. Perhaps this is simply the result of generations of careful cultivation and selection. Or perhaps there really is something magical in those ancient seeds, a blessing that has been passed down through all the plantings and harvests of the intervening years. Holman closed his eyes for a moment, letting the warmth of the fire wash over him. He was tired, as old hobbits often are in the deep hours of the night, but he was not yet ready for the sleep. There was still more to tell, still more of the Chronicles' wisdom to share with the darkness and the dreaming ears of his nephew. The tree at the centre of the first garden, he continued, did not yield seeds as the vegetables did. It was, according to the old tales, a unique creation, planted there for a single purpose and destined to fade once that purpose was fulfilled. But before it vanished, it granted one final gift to the eldest of the wanderers. She'd returned to the garden alone on the night before the small folk were to resume their journey. She wanted to say goodbye to this place of miracles, to thank it one last time for the nourishment it had provided. And as she stood beneath the strange tree, its leaves glowing softly in the starlight, she heard a voice. It was not a voice as hobbits understand voices, not a sound that travelled through the air and entered through the ears. It was more like a thought that was not her own, a presence that brushed against her mind with gentle insistence. The tree was speaking to her, or rather, something was speaking through the tree, using it as a conduit for communication. The voice told her many things that night, secrets about the nature of growing things that hobbits had never known before. It explained the relationship between roots and soil, between sunlight and leaves, between water and the mysterious processes that transform dead earth into living plant. It revealed the cycles of decay and renewal that keep the world fertile, the way that death feeds life and life in turn prepares for death. And it shared a vision of the future, a glimpse of green hills and peaceful valleys where the wandering small folk would finally find their home. When dawn came and the small folk prepared to depart, the tree was gone. In its place stood only a ring of white flowers, blooming in the exact spot where its trunk had been. The eldest hobbit woman gathered these flowers carefully, pressing them between the pages of the book she carried, a book that would eventually become the first volume of what we now call the Chronicle of Roots and Rivers. Holman reached into a small drawer beside his chair and withdrew a bundle wrapped in ancient cloth. He unwrapped it carefully, revealing several dried flowers so old that they had faded almost to transparency. Their petals crumbled at the slightest touch, fragile as memory itself. These, he said softly, are the flowers from that ring, passed down through all the generations from that wise woman to her descendants, and eventually to the Green Hand family, who have kept them safe for more years than anyone can count. I do not know if they possess any power or significance beyond their history, but I treasure them as a link to those ancient days, a tangible reminder that the stories in this chronicle are more than mere tales. He wrapped the flowers again with infinite care and returned them to their drawer. Outside, the first hint of grey was beginning to touch the eastern horizon, though true dawn was still hours away. The night was approaching its end, but its peace still held the Shire in its gentle embrace. There are those who say, Holman continued, that the Shire itself is a kind of garden, planted and tended by powers beyond hobbit comprehension. They point to the unusual fertility of its soil, the reliability of its seasons, the way it seems protected from the worst of the troubles that plague other lands. They suggest that the same blessing that created the first garden was extended to this entire region, transforming it into a haven of peace and plenty. I cannot say whether this is true. The workings of the great powers are beyond the understanding of simple hobbits like myself. But I can say that there is something special about this land, something that goes beyond its pleasant climate and rich earth. When I walk through my garden on a summer evening, when I feel the soil between my fingers and smell the scent of growing things, I sense a presence that is difficult to describe. It is as though the land itself is alive, aware in some dim way of the creatures who dwell upon it, and grateful for the care they provide. Perhaps this is merely the fancy of an old hobbit who has spent too many years thinking about such matters. Perhaps the Shire is simply a fortunate accident, a confluence of geographical factors that happens to produce ideal conditions for hobbit life. But I prefer to believe that there is more to it than that. I prefer to believe that our ancestors' gratitude for the first garden, their reverence for the land and all that grows upon it, has somehow been reciprocated, that the Shire loves its hobbits as surely as the hobbits love their Shire. Tom stirred slightly, a small smile crossing his sleeping face. Perhaps he was dreaming of gardens and ancient trees, of wandering ancestors and miraculous vegetables. Holman watched him with quiet affection, remembering his own youth when the world had seemed full of wonder and possibility. The chronicle contains one more tale about the origins of hobbit life in the Shire, Holman said. a story that explains how our people came to be the way we are. It is called The Tale of the Three Gifts, and it tells of a time shortly after the hobbits had settled in their new home, when they received visitors from beyond the borders of their land. These visitors were not men or dwarves or elves, though they bore some resemblance to each. They were beings of an older order, spirits who had walked the earth since its shaping and who took interest in the small folk who had come to dwell in the green hills. They came on a night much like this one, when the stars burned bright and the moon hung low on the horizon, and they brought with them three gifts that would shape hobbit nature for all the generations to come. The first gift was the love of growing things. Before this gift was given, the hobbits had been farmers out of necessity, cultivating the earth because survival demanded it. But after the gift was bestowed, they became farmers out of passion, finding joy and meaning in the tending of plants that went far beyond mere practicality. The second gift was the love of peace. The hobbits had never been a warlike people, preferring to avoid conflict rather than seek it out. But the gift deepened this tendency into something more profound, a genuine abhorrence of violence and a talent for resolving disputes through conversation and compromise. This gift would prove invaluable in the centuries to come, allowing the hobbits to maintain their peaceful way of life, even as the world beyond their borders grew increasingly troubled. And the third gift was the love of home. This was perhaps the most significant of the three, for it gave the hobbits their characteristic attachment to place and family. Before the gift, they had been wanderers, capable of picking up and moving whenever circumstances required. After it, they became rooted, as firmly attached to their hobbit holes and their gardens as the trees that grew upon the hillsides. This rootedness gave them stability and continuity, allowing them to build a culture that endured across the long generations. The spirits who brought these gifts asked nothing in return, or at least nothing that the hobbits could perceive. Perhaps they were simply pleased to see the small folk flourishing in these green hills. Perhaps they had purposes of their own that the hobbits could not fathom. Whatever their reasons, they departed as mysteriously as they had come, leaving behind only the gifts and the memory of their visit. Holman paused, his eyes growing distant as he contemplated the tale he had just told. It was one of the oldest stories in the Chronicle, written in a hand so ancient that even the style of the letters was unfamiliar. He had studied it many times over the years, trying to extract every particle of meaning from its faded words. Whether this tale is literally true, he mused, I cannot say. The gifts it describes are certainly real, for any observer can see how hobbits differ from other folk in precisely these three ways. But whether they came from supernatural visitors or simply developed over time, through the ordinary processes of culture and inheritance, is a question the Chronicle cannot answer. Perhaps it does not matter. Perhaps what matters is simply that we possess these qualities and that we use them wisely. The fire had burned down again, and Holman rose to add another log. The movement caused his old joints to creak in protest, but he paid them no mind. He'd grown accustomed to the small discomforts of age, accepting them as the price of a long life filled with blessings. As he settled back into his chair, he noticed that the grey on the eastern horizon had grown slightly brighter. Dawn was approaching, though slowly, as dawn always does in the deep watches of the night. Let me tell you now of the Shire's protectors, he said, resuming his gentle narration. For though the hobbits are a peaceful folk who prefer to avoid trouble, they have not been entirely defenceless through the long years. There have always been those who watched over them, keeping dangers at bay so that the hobbits could continue their quiet lives undisturbed. The most visible of these protectors were the Rangers of the North, those mysterious wanderers who patrolled the wild lands beyond the Shire's borders. The hobbits called them the Watchers, and regarded them with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. They were tall and grim, these rangers, dressed in worn travel clothes and carrying weapons that spoke of violence and hardship. Most hobbits preferred to avoid them, crossing to the other side of the road when they passed, and speaking of them in hushed tones afterward. But the Chronicle preserves a different view of the Rangers, one that sees past their rough exterior to the vital service they performed. For it was the Rangers who kept the roads safe for travel, who tracked and eliminated the wolves and other predators that might otherwise have threatened hobbit flocks, who stood as a bulwark against the darker things that stirred in the wild places of the world. Without their constant vigilance, the Shire might not have remained the haven of peace it has always been. There is a tale in the Chronicle of a ranger who once saved the village of Needlehole from a band of trolls that had wandered down from the north. The trolls had established themselves in a cave not far from the village and had begun raiding the surrounding farms, carrying off sheep and pigs and, on one terrible occasion, a young hobbit child who had strayed too far from home. The villagers were terrified, for they had no experience with such creatures and no weapons capable of fighting them. But the ranger appeared as if from nowhere, drawn by news of the trouble that had spread through the channels the rangers maintained for such purposes. He tracked the trolls to their lair and dealt with them by means the Chronicle does not describe, returning the stolen child to her grateful family and disappearing again before the hobbits could properly thank him. All they knew was his name, or rather the name he gave them, which was Strider, though whether this was his true name or merely a title was unclear. The Chronicle records that the hobbits of Needlehole never forgot this service. They established a tradition of leaving food and supplies at a certain hollow tree on the edge of the village, provisions that would be collected by passing rangers and consumed during their long patrols. This tradition continued for many generations, a small token of gratitude for protection that was given freely and asked for no reward. Tom shifted in his sleep, pulling the blanket more tightly around his shoulders. The room had grown slightly cooler as the fire died down between Holman's additions of fuel. The old hobbit tucked an extra covering around his nephew before continuing his quiet recitation. But the rangers were not the only protectors of the Shire. There were others, less visible but perhaps equally important. The Chronicle speaks of agreements made in the early days of settlement, pacts with powers that the hobbits themselves barely understood. These agreements ensured that certain dangers would never trouble the Shire, that certain evils would be turned away at its borders as though by an invisible wall. The nature of these pacts is never made entirely clear in the Chronicle. There are hints and suggestions, references to meetings held under starlight, and promises exchanged in the ancient tongue. But the details are frustratingly vague, as though the hobbits who recorded them did not fully comprehend what had occurred. What is clear is that the Shire has enjoyed a protection beyond what its size and strength could naturally command, a shield that has kept it safe through ages of turmoil and war. Some attribute this protection to the elves, those ancient and powerful beings who have long taken an interest in the affairs of Middle-earth. It is known that elves occasionally passed through the Shire in the early days, travelling from their dwellings in the east to the Grey Havens in the west. Perhaps they blessed the land as they passed, laying enchantments of protection that have endured through all the years since. Others suggest that the protection came from the wizards, those mysterious figures who appeared in Middle-earth long ago on errands whose nature has never been fully explained. The wizard known as Gandalf in particular has shown a fondness for hobbits that seems to go beyond mere curiosity. Perhaps he or his colleagues contributed to the Shire's safety in ways that the hobbits themselves have never fully appreciated. And still others believe that the protection comes from the land itself, from the same power that created the first garden and blessed the migrating hobbits in their time of need. According to this view, the Shire is a sacred place, set apart from the troubles of the world by forces that were ancient when the stars were young. The hobbits are its stewards, not its owners, and as long as they tend the land with love and respect, it will continue to shelter them from harm. Holman did not know which of these explanations was correct. Perhaps all of them contained some measure of truth. Perhaps the Shire's protection came from many sources, a weaving together of blessings and enchantments and agreements that had accumulated over the long years. What mattered was not the source of the protection but its reality, the undeniable fact that the Shire had remained peaceful while other lands fell into chaos and war. The eastern sky was definitely lighter now, though the sun had not yet appeared above the horizon. The stars were beginning to fade, their light overwhelmed by the approaching dawn. Soon the birds would begin their morning songs, and the Shire would wake to another day of peaceful pursuits. But for now, the night still held, and there was time for more tales. The Chronicle contains many stories of individual hobbits, Holman said, accounts of lives lived with courage and kindness in the green hills of the Shire. Let me tell you of one such hobbit, a remarkable individual named Belladonna Took, who lived several generations ago and whose adventures were spoken of in hushed tones throughout the land. Belladonna was a Took, which meant she was born with a streak of adventurousness that set her apart from most hobbit folk. The Tooks had always been considered slightly odd by their more respectable neighbours, prone to wandering off on journeys and showing interest in matters that sensible hobbits left well alone. But even among the Tooks, Belladonna was exceptional. From her earliest childhood, she displayed a curiosity that could not be satisfied by the familiar hills and lanes of the Shire. She asked questions that other hobbit children never thought to ask, questions about what lay beyond the horizon and who lived in the strange lands that travellers sometimes spoke of. She learned to read at an unusually young age and devoured every book and map she could find, tracing imaginary journeys across parchment with her small fingers. As she grew older, Belladonna's restlessness only intensified. She would disappear for days at a time, exploring the furthest reaches of the Shire and even venturing into the Old Forest, that mysterious woodland that most hobbits avoided with superstitious dread. She returned from these expeditions with stories that her family half believed and half dismissed, tales of trees that moved when they thought no one was watching and streams that sang in voices almost too soft to hear. But Belladonna's greatest adventure came when she was still a young hobbit, barely past her coming of age. A group of dwarves passed through the Shire on their way to some errand in the Blue Mountains, and Belladonna, seized by an impulse she could not explain, asked if she might accompany them for a portion of their journey. The dwarves, amused by her boldness, agreed, and Belladonna set off on a journey that would change her life forever. The Chronicle does not record all the details of what transpired during that journey. Belladonna herself was always reluctant to speak of it, offering only hints and fragments that tantalized more than they satisfied. But it is known that she travelled farther than any hobbit of her generation, crossing the misty mountains and visiting lands that her neighbours could not even name. She saw wonders that few hobbits have ever witnessed, cities of elves and fortresses of dwarves and wild places where nature held sway without interference from any of the speaking peoples. When she finally returned to the Shire many months later, Belladonna was changed. She was still adventurous, still curious, still prone to sudden enthusiasms and unexpected questions. But there was a depth to her now, a wisdom born of experience that set her apart from those who had never ventured beyond the familiar. She spoke less of wanting to see the world and more of appreciating the world she had, the green hills and cosy hobbit holes that had never seemed so precious as they did after a long time away. Belladonna eventually married a hobbit named Bungo Baggins, a thoroughly respectable fellow who had never travelled farther than Bree in his entire life. Their union was considered surprising by many, for Bungo was as steady and predictable as Belladonna was wild and unpredictable. But perhaps that was precisely what drew them together, each finding in the other something that they themselves lacked. Together they built Bag End, the finest hobbit hole in all of Hobbiton, digging deep into the hill and furnishing the chambers with comforts that spoke of both Bungo's practicality and Belladonna's flair for the unusual. There were round windows that looked out over the gardens, pantries stocked with every delicacy the Shire could provide, and a study where maps and books from distant lands shared shelf space with recipes and gardening manuals. They had one child, a son they named Bilbo, who inherited his mother's curiosity and his father's respectability in equal measure. The Chronicle records that Belladonna often told her son stories of her travels, filling his young mind with images of mountains and rivers and strange folk who dwelt in places far from the Shire. She also taught him the value of home, of the peace and plenty that made the Shire worth returning to no matter how far one might wander. Holman paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his weathered face. He had known Belladonna in his youth, for she had lived to a respectable age and had been a familiar figure in Hobbiton during his early years. He remembered her as an old hobbit with bright eyes and a ready laugh, still possessed of the energy and curiosity that had defined her younger days. She had always had time for young hobbits, answering their questions patiently and encouraging their interests even when those interests strayed into territory that more conventional adults might have discouraged. The tale of Belladonna reminds us, Holman continued, that hobbits are capable of more than many suspect. We are known as a quiet folk, content with our gardens and our meals and our comfortable routines. But there is a spark within us that can be kindled by the right circumstances, a potential for adventure and courage that lies dormant until it is needed. Belladonna found that spark within herself, and though her adventures were unusual for a hobbit, they were not entirely without precedent. The Chronicle records other hobbits who ventured beyond the Shire's borders, seeking knowledge or trade or simply the satisfaction of curiosity. There were merchants who travelled regularly to Bree and beyond, establishing connections with the men who dwelt in that region. There were scholars who corresponded with the learned folk of other races, exchanging information about history and language and the mysteries of the natural world. And there were a very few, who went farther still, disappearing into the wider world and sometimes never returning. These adventurous hobbits were often viewed with suspicion by their more conventional neighbours. They were considered odd, perhaps even slightly dangerous, their experiences setting them apart from the community in ways that made others uncomfortable. But the Chronicle suggests that they served an important purpose, bringing back knowledge and perspectives that enriched the Shire, even if most hobbits never fully appreciated their contributions. For it is the nature of communities, the old hobbit mused, to be suspicious of those who are different. We hobbits value tradition and stability, and anyone who deviates too far from the expected path is regarded with unease. But this suspicion, while understandable, can also be limiting. It can prevent us from learning things that might prove valuable, from embracing changes that might make our lives richer and fuller. The Chronicle counsels a balance between respect for tradition and openness to new ideas. It suggests that the hobbits who travelled beyond the Shire's borders should be honoured for their courage, even if their choices seem strange to those who stayed behind. It argues that the knowledge they brought back, the connections they established, the perspectives they offered, all contributed to the health and vitality of hobbit culture. Tom stirred in his sleep, mumbling something about mushrooms and moonlight, before settling back into stillness. The fire had burned low once more, its light dim and golden in the slowly brightening room. Outside, the first bird had begun to sing, its tentative notes heralding the approach of dawn. "Let me tell you one more tale before the night ends," Holman said, his voice barely more than a whisper. "This is the story of the longest winter, a trial that tested the Shire's resilience and revealed the true strength of hobbit character. It happened many generations ago, in a year that began like any other. The spring was mild and pleasant, the summer warm and productive. The autumn harvest was abundant, filling cellars and larders with provisions that seemed more than sufficient for the cold months ahead. The hobbits of the Shire faced the coming winter with confidence, secure in the knowledge that they had prepared well. But the winter that descended upon them was unlike any in living memory. It arrived early, the first snows falling before the last leaves had dropped from the trees. It struck with a ferocity that took even the oldest hobbits by surprise, burying roads and fields under drifts that reached to the eaves of hobbit holes. And it lingered week after week, month after month, until the provisions that had seemed so abundant began to dwindle alarmingly. The brandywine froze solid, a phenomenon that had not occurred in generations. The forest stood silent, their branches laden with snow that muffled every sound. Even the birds, those cheerful companions of hobbit life, had fled to warmer lands or perished in the cold. The Shire lay wrapped in a white shroud, beautiful in its desolation but terrifying in its implications. At first, the hobbits managed well enough. They stayed close to their fires, venturing out only when necessary, rationing their supplies with the practical wisdom that had always served them well. They shared what they had, the more fortunate helping those who had less, the bonds of community strengthening in the face of common hardship. But as the weeks stretched into months and the cold showed no sign of relenting, even the most optimistic hobbits began to despair. Supplies that had seemed adequate in autumn were now nearly exhausted. Firewood, which had been stacked in neat piles beside every hobbit hole, was running dangerously low. And worst of all, the cold itself was claiming victims, particularly among the very old and the very young, whose bodies could not withstand the sustained assault of the freezing temperatures. It was in the darkest hour of this crisis that the true character of the hobbits revealed itself. Rather than retreat into selfishness, hoarding what little remained for their own families, the hobbits of the Shire drew together as never before. They organised communal gatherings in the largest hobbit holes, where many families could share warmth from a single fire. They pooled their remaining food, creating simple meals that stretched meagre supplies to feed as many mouths as possible, and they cared for one another with a tenderness that transcended the boundaries of family and neighbourhood. The Chronicle records the name of one hobbit in particular who emerged as a leader during this terrible time. Her name was Primula Brandybuck, and she possessed an organisational genius that proved invaluable in the crisis. It was Primula who devised the system of shared shelters, calculating exactly how many hobbits could be accommodated in each, and ensuring that no one was left without refuge. It was she who established the rationing protocols that made the diminishing supplies last as long as possible. And it was her steady, calming presence that kept spirits from breaking even when hope seemed lost. But perhaps Primula's greatest contribution was the storytelling circles she organised during the long dark evenings. She understood that survival was not merely a matter of food and warmth, that the spirit needed nourishment as surely as the body. So she encouraged the hobbits to share tales, to sing songs, to remember the good times that had come before, and to imagine the good times that would surely come again. These gatherings became beacons of hope in the frozen darkness, reminders that the Shire was more than just a place, but a community bound together by love and shared history. The winter lasted for 7 long months, an almost unimaginable duration that pushed the hobbits to the very limits of their endurance. But at last, when it seemed that spring would never come, the thaw began. The snows melted slowly at first, then with increasing speed as the sun climbed higher in the sky and the days grew longer. The Brandywine unfroze with a tremendous cracking that could be heard for miles, and the water began to flow once more, carrying away the last remnants of the winter's grip. The Shire emerged from the longest winter changed but not broken. Many hobbits had been lost, and the grief of that loss would linger for generations. But the community had survived, and in surviving had discovered depths of strength and solidarity that it had not known it possessed. The hobbits rebuilt their stores, replanted their gardens, and resumed their lives with a new appreciation for the blessings they had always taken for granted. The Chronicle records that Primula Brandybuck was honoured with a special ceremony after the winter ended, a gathering of grateful hobbits from across the Shire who wished to express their thanks for her leadership. But Primula, true to hobbit nature, deflected the praise, insisting that she had done nothing that any hobbit would not have done in the same circumstances. The strength that saved us, she said, was not mine alone. It belonged to all of us, to every hobbit who shared their fire and their food and their stories during those dark months. That is what it means to be a hobbit. That is what it means to belong to the Shire. Holman fell silent, the last words of the tale fading into the growing light of dawn. The fire had burned down to embers once more, but he did not move to rekindle it. The warmth of the approaching day would soon make such efforts unnecessary. Outside, the birds were singing in earnest now, their voices raised in the ancient chorus that greeted every morning. Tom slept on, his face peaceful, his breathing slow and regular. The tales had done their work, carrying him through the night on a river of words and images, depositing him safely on the shores of morning. Holman watched his nephew with quiet satisfaction, knowing that the stories he had shared would take root in the young hobbit's mind and heart, becoming part of him as they had become part of countless hobbits before him. The Chronicle of Roots and Rivers lay closed upon the old hobbit's lap, its leather cover warm from the hours of handling. It contained so much more than he'd been able to share in a single night, so many more tales and observations and bits of accumulated wisdom. But there would be other nights, other tellings. The tradition would continue, as it had continued for all the generations past, as it would continue for all the generations yet to come. Holman rose slowly, his old joints protesting the movement after so many hours of sitting. He set the Chronicle carefully on its shelf, returning it to the place where it had waited through all his years of stewardship. Then he moved to the window and drew back the curtain, letting the first rays of sunlight spill into the room. The Shire lay spread before him in all its gentle beauty, the hills rolling away toward distant horizons, the gardens and fields just beginning to stir with the activities of the new day. Smoke was rising from chimneys across Hobbiton as families woke and lit their breakfast fires. A farmer was already at work in a nearby field, his pony's hooves leaving dark prints in the dew-wet grass, and somewhere in the distance a bell was ringing, calling the faithful to morning prayers at the old meeting house. It was, Holman reflected, a scene that would have been immediately recognisable to his grandmother and her grandmother before her. The Shire changed so slowly that the passage of generations left barely a mark upon its face. The same hills, the same streams, the same patterns of life repeated with small variations through all the long years. This continuity was both the Shire's greatest strength and its most precious treasure, a stability that allowed hobbits to live their lives in peace and contentment, while the world beyond their borders shifted and churned. Tom stirred at last, his eyes fluttering open as the sunlight touched his face. He stretched and yawned, the confusion of waking gradually giving way to recognition of his surroundings. The dreams that had filled his night were already fading, becoming wisps of memory that he would struggle to capture in words. But something of them remained, a warmth in his heart and a sense of connection to the past that had not been there before. "Good morning," Holman said gently, turning from the window with a smile. "You slept well, I trust." Tom nodded, rubbing his eyes. "I had the most wonderful dreams," he said. "I dreamed of gardens and wandering hobbits and a winter that lasted forever, but ended at last in spring." "Were those the stories you were telling, Uncle?" "I could hear your voice, but I could not always understand the words. They were the stories," Holman confirmed. "They have a way of finding their way into dreams, those old tales. Perhaps that is how they are meant to be received, not just with the waking mind, but with the dreaming heart as well." He moved to the kitchen and began preparing breakfast, the familiar motions bringing comfort after the long night of remembrance. Soon the smell of frying mushrooms and toasting bread filled the hobbit hole, calling Tom fully awake and drawing him to the table with eager anticipation. As they ate, Holman spoke of practical matters, of the work that needed to be done in the garden and the neighbours who were due a visit. But beneath the surface of this ordinary talk, something had changed. The tales of the night had created a bond between them, a shared understanding that transcended the difference in their years. Tom had been initiated into a tradition that stretched back to the very founding of the Shire, and he would carry that tradition forward when his own time came. "The Chronicle waits for you," Holman said at last, nodding toward the shelf where the ancient book rested. "When I am gone, it will be yours to keep and to add to. You will tell the stories to your own children and grandchildren, and they will tell them to theirs, and so the wisdom of the past will flow into the future, generation after generation, as long as hobbits dwell in the Shire." Tom looked at his great-uncle with eyes that shone with understanding and gratitude. "I will keep them safe," he promised. "I will remember everything you have taught me, and I will pass it on when my time comes." Holman smiled, his old heart full of peace. He knew that the tradition was in good hands, that the stories would continue to be told long after he himself had become nothing more than a memory preserved in the pages of the Chronicle. And that was enough. That was more than enough. Outside, the sun climbed higher in the sky, warming the green hills of the Shire and calling forth the abundance that would sustain its people through another year. The morning bells had fallen silent, and the day's work had begun. But in one small hobbit hole, an old hobbit and his young nephew sat together in companionable silence, united by the ancient tales that bound them to their past and pointed the way toward their future. And so the Chronicle continues, written not just in ink upon parchment, but in the hearts of all who hear its stories and carry them forward into the endless morning of the Shire.